Egun on guztioi eta ongi etorri. Bienvenidos al octavo Foro Mundial.
Welcome to the 8th Forum of the UNWTO.
Watching from good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, thank you so much for joining us. We are happy to be gathered in one of the most iconic buildings of San Sebastian, Tabacalera. Joining here in San Sebastian, we welcome more than 400 participants from over 50 countries, and many more following us in YouTube. In 2015, the UNWTO and the Basque Culinary Center joined forces to create this forum. The forum provides a unique space for exchanging of ideas, experiences, and new concepts, synergizing two different but like-minded worlds, tourism and gastronomy. In the coming days, we will share ideas, learn from each other, and work together to make gastronomy tourism advance our economies and societies. In just a moment, we will proceed with the official opening ceremony. Yet before we do so, for participants here in the room, please remember interpretation is available on Channel 1 for Spanish and Channel 2 for English. We also encourage you to join the conversation on social media and use the official hashtags WFGT2023. Ahora sí, daremos comienzo a la ceremonia de apertura de este octavo Foro Mundial de Turismo Gastronómico de la Organización.
We will now begin the opening ceremony of the 8th UNWTO World Gastronomy Tourism Forum. We would like to thank all the people, all the institutions that have made this 8th edition possible and whose representatives are with us today. It is a pleasure for me to invite to the stage the Mayor of San Sebastian, Ene Goya. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to San Sebastian. It is a pleasure for our city to welcome this 8th Gastronomy Tourism Forum. And thanks to everyone involved, all the political representatives, institutional representatives present here today. I believe San Sebastian is the ideal place to organize this meeting. Here we know about tourism, we know about gastronomy, we know how to bind both things. The motto in this edition is back to the roots. And I think humbly that the secret of the Basque gastronomy, known worldwide, is due to the fact that we have never left our roots behind. At the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, we started a movement known as the Nouvelle Cuisine Basque, the new Basque gastronomy, fostered by a group of chefs that had experiences outside our country. The basis of this new cuisine was the tradition, the Basque tradition, that was reinterpreted and modernized. One of those chefs, very well known, Juan Mari Arzac, was capable of doing things that were unthinkable before. He transformed a fish into a cake, something that's normal nowadays, but back then it was revolutionary. Revolution starting by evolution, by the roots. And that takes us to another ingredient that will be very much present these days, which is local produce and local producers. If we can understand that the production chain starts with local produce and making these products with time and with care and having it in our tables, then we will have made a great step forward. Local producers are key. They provide these materials that chefs will transform afterwards. And I think we can count on our experience for that. We had a first-order academic agent, the Basque Culinary Center, the first European university on gastronomy. Here we research. We theorize, but we are also connecting experiences, keeping an eye on what happens in the world. That's our spirit. From the local sphere, we pay attention to what happens globally. I hope this forum will be fruitful and that we can count on your presence for many more years to come. Thank you very much.
Eskerrik asko, alkate jauna, y a continuación invito a...
Thank you very much, Mr. Eneco Goya. And now I invite Zara Dominguez from the Gipuzkoa Regional County, Deputy for Mobility, Tourism and Territorial Planning. Good morning, everyone. Mayor of San Sebastian, Minister of Tourism of the Basque Country, Director General of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, General Director of the Basque Culinary Center, Secretary of State for Tourism of Spain, Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization. Be welcome in San Sebastian and to Gipuzkoa, our region. Some weeks ago, over the presentation of this forum, I explained that in our territory, we always give a warm welcome to our visitors so that they feel at home, or even better than at home, if possible. And this is the day. This visit, we hope, will be as nice as we try to make it. The economic sector in Gipuzkoa goes through a very sweet and interesting moment. We are characterized by a passion for tradition, local production, a cultural heritage that lives every day in each one of our kitchens, in each glass we raise, in each toast, and each detail for all our guests. We always study new paths, but we do not forget to keep our feet on the ground, on a ground, an earth where every 2 years we have this Gastronomy Tourism Global Forum. We have incredibly interesting days ahead of us, full of content, intense day where we will pay attention to our roots. We want to open a path based on economical, social, and environmental sustainability. I share this conviction on what's crucial on this path. In our gastronomy, we have fantastic new chefs, and they must lead a generational change that's unavoidable. Fortunately, each day we have more and more women that are empowered and that shine in an environment which used to be mainly masculine. Martin Berasategui said it before, they have learned, and he learned from his mother and women in his family. And as political representatives, I think we must shed a light on where we come from and where we head to, and the efforts made from different fields. I confess that the celebration of this Gastronomy Tourism World Forum is especially important for me, for the touristic sector, a sector that has grown in the last years. It has matured, and it's now an important source of wealth. And that's precisely why we must make bigger efforts now. It's of utmost importance to move on in the sector, creating quality jobs and innovating technologically. And of course, always, always, always do it in a sustainable way. I'd like to underline that when the root concept appeared in Gipuzkoa, we always think of our great sculptor Eduardo Chillida, which would be 100 years old next January, and he said that he saw himself like a tree with the roots on his earth and the branches open to the world. And that's how we, people from Gipuzkoa, live and feel our gastronomy. And now, yes, to finish, I'd like to repeat this last sentences in Basque, our local language. So she repeats that she's particularly enthusiastic about having a celebration of this forum here. We are in a mature moment in the touristic sector, and we must keep fostering innovation, creating quality jobs, and always with the sustainability criteria. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dominguez. And now we'd like to welcome the Minister of Tourism, Trade and Consumption of the Basque government, Mr. Javier Hurtado.
I want to welcome you to this 8th Gastronomic Tourist Forum. I wish you the best in your stay in the Basque Country, where we will welcome you with open arms. Esta octava edición del Foro.
This 8th edition of the Gastronomy Tourism World Forum is again, like every 2 years, in San Sebastian. I think I don't need to remind you why the Basque Country is a permanent home to such a prestigious event as this one. In the Basque Country, gastronomy is part of our identity, a tradition and a key element of social cohesion. And it's a source of inspiration, a driver for tourism and for many other fields in our society. Our gastronomy is known worldwide, and it has become the first reason for having visitors here. Not just the first motivation or reason, but actually it is present in the rest of motivations. And anyone who comes to the Basque Country to visit our capitals, to know our culture, or visit our natural sites, says that one of the main activities for them here is going to taste pinchos or our wine and gastronomy offer. And that's why institutions must keep supporting and fostering this leadership, this recognition of our quality gastronomy, a quality that in the Basque Country you can find in a simple day menu or on a pincho bar in our Michelin-starred restaurants. We've had many reasons to be positioned as gastronomy leaders. First, the vision of pioneer chefs, the features of our traditional gastronomy and our social implications of eating and drinking in our territory, big professionals and training schools. There was the prestigious and pioneer Basque Culinary Center. And last but not least, also how institutions have bet on gastronomy as a driver for emerging tourism. Now here we keep working by reinforcing the Basque Country's leadership as a gastronomy destination, and we must do it with a twofold component: fusion of tradition and avant-garde, betting on local produce, the produce of our land as raw material, and not just improving the cooking techniques, but also digitalization of the sector. Events such as this forum are extremely important because they tackle all those debates and the different trends that we as tourist destinations must have in mind and keep working on always. Within this vision of tourism and gastronomy from the point of view of sustainability, it's the ethic code of the Basque Country is extremely important, and it has been approved by the UNWTO, and we have many companies that have signed it. So we have created Euskadi Gastronomica as a project to develop a club of gastronomy tourism in the Basque Country. And we have taken a step forward to keep fostering it with 20 principles and 8 values, including the different features that must be present in the DNA of companies and professionals that make up Euskadi Gastronomica. Because we bet on professionalization and modernization of the sector so that gastronomy in the Basque Country is a reference and one of the biggest motivations for our visitors to come here. That's why we have all the necessary elements so that our touristic and gastronomy offer shines. We have the raw material, the university, the Michelin-starred, the gastronomic offer, everything, and we have incredibly good professionals. We will work with all of it to make the Basque Country a gastronomy tourism recognized destination, recognized worldwide. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señor Hurtado. Bienvenido también a usted. Agriculture
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Closely with UNWTO. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us physically for this event due to unforeseen circumstances, but the director of the FAO, Mr. Koo Dong-yu, wanted to leave a welcome message to our participants.
Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable tourism can help lift the rural communities out of poverty and hunger. Linking tourism and gastronomy offers valuable opportunity to farmers and rural communities in preserving cultural and natural heritage, nurturing innovation, and boosting food security and nutrition. FAO programs such as the globally important cultural heritage system, GIAS, and the Mountain Partnership support these objectives. From the Honghe honey rice terraces to the Machu Picchu, FAO provides support to the local community around the agri-food systems, valuing the culinary traditions, agricultural practice, and ecosystem developed over centuries. It is about building the connectivities and socioeconomic growth that can reduce the inequalities and boost the rural incomes and prosperity, especially for women and youth, and drive the sustainable development. For example, FAO's 1,000 Digital Village initiative is supporting rural agritourism by taking advantage of connectivities, resources, and digital solutions to improve the promotion and self-service, foster rural transformation, increase the household and farmers' incomes, and create employment opportunities. Let us continue to work together by sharing knowledge, advocating good practice, identifying smarter solutions, and promote innovative paths and products in gastronomy tourism. I wish you have a fruitful forum and enjoy your gastronomy delicacy. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por este mensaje que nos ha enviado Mr. Koo Dong-yu. A continuación vamos a dar la bienvenida al director general del Basque Culinary Center y coorganizador de este foro, José María Ifega.
Egunon, ongi etorriak guztiak Donostiara, placer bat.
Hello and welcome to Donostia.
Sebastian, it's a pleasure, real pleasure, to have you here for these three days. I hope you will enjoy the forum and also San Sebastian live. Queridas autoridades,
Dear authorities, visitors, friends, welcome to San Sebastian. It's a great pleasure for us to be organizing this World Gastronomy Tourism Forum together with the Secretary General and to be able to welcome you to our city. Gastronomy, I'd say, that has become really relevant in the last years. Since we started with this forum 8 years ago, we've seen how the strategic significance of gastronomy comes from our culture, the culture of our territories, and is increasingly more significant for society, economy, the lifestyle, and also tourism. I think we could say that it has become one of the main motivations or activity that a tourist carries out. If we try to find the shared element when we travel, I'd say that we're always trying to explore what we are going to find in our destination, which the best produce is, which are the best restaurants, the traditions in food. And I think this is showing the power of gastronomy. And I think San Sebastian and the Basque Country is a good example of this significance. Basque Culinary Center was created 14 years ago as a foundation. It was promoted by a group of chefs. Two of them, part of the patronage, are here. So this group of chefs promoted the creation of a training center together with the institutions, the Basque Country, the Provincial Council, the City Council of San Sebastian, and also the Spanish government. And during these years, we've been able to build an ecosystem of activities, a university college, a research center. We also promote support for entrepreneurs. We've got the winner of last year's Basque Culinary Award here with us. And I think one of the key elements is education. During these 3 days, we're going to talk about the connection between gastronomy, tourism, and rural development, but the attraction of young talent towards gastronomy is one of the big challenges. How we can continue attracting young people who can professionally develop, how we engage them, how we provide them with a professional career, how we can incorporate good practices in people's management. So these are all challenges that I would say are present globally. Last year in the forum, we talked about this, and I think this continues being a challenge. The industry continues evolving, but this continues being a challenge. A second challenge, which is also part of the activity that we carry out in the Basque Culinary Center, is to continue knowing more. We continue researching. So I think that in a transforming world where transformation happens due to globalization, socio-economical development in each country, the significance of sustainability in our food decisions and health decisions, of course, also enjoyment and pleasure, the impact of digital transformation. In the last floor of this International Cultural Center, Tabacalera, we've got the Basque Culinary Center has a lab trying to promote the digital transformation of gastronomy. So this set of science, innovation, and digital transformation is also one of the big sectors. We need to continue boosting knowledge generation. We also need to collect some traditional and ancient practices. We need to collect this heritage and to spread it. And of course, gastronomy has also a challenge in this sense. Apart from that, in this field of challenges, we, as Basque Culinary Center, we also wanted to show you some pictures about how introducing training in rural practices in the training of a chef is going to make future chefs to have more internalized what being a farmer means, how food is produced. And I think this is also an essential element if we want to promote a sustainable gastronomy involved with the local produce. And I think this is very related to the topic we're going to deal with today. And these are some images of a new project that we've promoted. It's going to start being built in a couple of months. It's gastronomy ecosystem and open ecosystem, and this is a building devoted to research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. This building is going to be located in the city center of San Sebastian. It is the result of the public and private cooperation. Of course, it's been promoted by the Basque Culinary Center, but also the Basque government, the Provincial Council of Guipúzcoa, and the City Council. This is our overview of gastronomy, its challenges and opportunities. And just to finish, I'd like you to enjoy these 3 days of forum, and I hope you'll have also time to enjoy Basque gastronomy. So welcome you all.
Eskerrik asko.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to continue with this opening ceremony. And now we've got Susana Murillo, Secretary of State for Tourism of the Spanish government. Welcome.
Querido alcalde de Donostia, querido consejero.
Dear Mayor of Donostia, Regional Minister of Tourism, dear Secretary General of the Tourism World Organization, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank this host city because we've been very warmly welcomed. I would also like to recognize the World Tourism Organization for promoting the celebration of this forum here. And I'd like to say that this is one of the main flagships of gastronomy and the promotion of nutrition. This forum is gathering many international authorities and figures related to gastronomy. And this forum is going to allow us, when going back to the roots, to know all the benefits that we can take out of gastronomy tourism, especially for the rural world, because it is giving value to its produce, traditions, and heritage, and which is also going to boost economy and employment. We are going to share during these days initiatives around the world of gastronomy, and I'd like you to look at all these with as an inspiring element to create collaborative initiatives and offering business models which are responsible and competitive. We will discuss and share good practices regarding current situations, such as the production of local products. We will also try to work on the opportunity to have better supplies of products without the need to increase production. Donostia is the great stage due to its unique tradition, the excellence of its cuisine, and the creativity of its chefs, its dishes and creations. So this is an unforgettable destination for any foodie. Spain is one of the most visited gastronomical destinations due to its heritage. Culinary tourism is one of the most dynamic sectors in our industry. It also has a great influence for the Spanish economy. This is what data show. In 2022, more than 17 million tourists said they carried out gastronomical activities with high figures of expenditure. This means around 26% of expenditure in tourism. So this seems to be the segment with a higher growth in 2022. During 2023, during the first quarter, 9.8% of the tourists that visited us said they had carried out gastronomical activities. This means an increase of 38% regarding 2022. All these figures and the increasing significance, the volume and quality, and of course, the prestigious of gastronomical tourism has become the main reason for gastronomy to become a national priority for this Secretary of State. When talking about investments, these are very important data. I would like to finish my intervention remembering that we are also celebrating the 10th anniversary of the recognition by the UNESCO of Mediterranean diet as intangible world heritage. This Mediterranean diet is more than a diet. It's our culture and our lifestyle. So I'd like to say again that I'm really grateful to the World Tourism Organization for organizing this forum. So thank you so much, and I wish you a lot of success.
Aquí, por favor. Si es tan amable, señora Morilla, de sentarse. Aquí mismo. Sí, muchísimas gracias. Bueno, vamos a continuar.
We are going to continue. We are going to say hello to the General Secretary of the World Tourism Organization. So we are going to welcome Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili. Good morning. I'm the General Secretary of the UNWTO. I haven't become a chef yet because I think I have to finish 1 year at the Basque Culinary Center to be able to work with Pedro or Martin. I'm really happy to be here. And this is the best forum I've ever attended due to many different reasons. First of all, because we talk about gastronomy. We talk about something we all like, tourism, of course, and well, this seems to be the 8th forum, but we've been working on this forum for almost the first day since the Basque Culinary Center was created. This is a unique organization, and they're a great example of innovation, digitalization in gastronomy. And I think the Basque Culinary Center is a world leader, and we are I am very proud of having them as our partner. Jose Maria, I'd like to thank you for everything you're doing because it's a great example for the whole world. This morning, someone said that we have to declare San Sebastián as the gastronomy center in the world. I have to say that I don't remember any city in the world so linked to gastronomy as San Sebastián and the Basque Country. In London, New York, you find many good restaurants, but this doesn't mean that they are gastronomy destination. When we talk about San Sebastián and the Basque Country, the first thing that comes to your mind is the best world restaurants. And if we talk about restaurants, I remind you that San Sebastián is the number 2 of Michelin restaurants at the world level. When talking about the territory, is the number 1 territory in the world regarding the Michelin star restaurants. We know that we can find Michelin restaurants everywhere in the world, but San Sebastian and the Basque Country is a great example of how to transform a country of beach and mountain to a gastronomy destination. And we are very proud to be able to have developed a guide as how to design a gastronomy destination. And this guide is going to serve to help other member countries. I'm going to continue with the protocol. I'd like to thank the Basque government, the provincial government, provincial council, again, Jose Mari for his welcoming words and his hospitality. I think it's part of the Basque DNA, hospitality. It's part of the Basque DNA. Dear Secretary Rosana, your presence here, it's a great pleasure, and it's given us more motivation and more significance to this forum. Later, I'll talk about the significance of the forum. Sometimes the guests of people or people who see this forum only see it as some place for panels and then eating well, and that's all. But we are doing many things, and we are moving forward to make gastronomy more sustainable and competitive. And everything happens here in San Sebastian with the Basque Culinary Center. So your attendance is of great support for this forum, and it highlights the significance of this forum at a world level. I'd like to thank my friend, Mr. Kudongyu from Rome. I'm sure that in Rome you can also eat very well, but well, I'd like to welcome his delegation from the FAO, which is quite a big delegation here. So this is the first time we've got this kind of partnership. So I'd like to thank you for your attendance and your support. And now I'm going to talk about the topic of this forum. The topic of this forum, the theme is back to the roots. Well, so the roots are where we come from when talking about gastronomy. 3 years ago, we started a new project, the best villages in the world, and we said that we all wanted to visit villages and be in the nature, in different, feeling different emotions. Now the tourists want to travel to villages, they want to discover new destinations, and this is going to continue like that. And this is linked to the word roots, because everything we're going to talk about is going to be how we can take advantage of the rural development to attract produce and to support people. And I think that the FAO is very important in supporting this project. Again, I'd like to thank you, and I think that supporting people that are working every single day in the world to feed tourists. Of course, we always try to find restaurants, good or bad, but these are people who work in the country to feed tourists all the year long. I'm talking a lot, but we've got such a big international presence that, well, I would like to thank the first lady from Zimbabwe. She traveled for almost 14 hours. And we have been
to Her Excellency. Welcome to Spain. Spain is my second home. I can welcome you. Welcome to San Sebastian. Another my very close part of my heart is San Sebastian, and I'm sure that you will be back. You will be in love in this fantastic place, and I will say a few words about Africa and African gastronomy. Since 3 years ago we announced, and we are the first, and also I'm honored, and again with Jose Maria, with Basque Culinary Center, to promote African gastronomy worldwide. Unfortunately, nobody in this hall, if we ask, and I always say 3 or 5 dishes from Africa, and Africa is one of the biggest continents in the world with 54 countries. I don't see in this hall, of course, I'm sorry, Excellency, somebody who can tell me 5 dishes from Africa. We have to promote African gastronomy. We are committed. We are working quite hard, very hard, and your presence again is another step. Count on our full support, and I'm sure that with Zimbabwe and with your neighbor countries, with African brothers and sisters, we are ready to promote and to make African culture as promoted as it deserved. Gastronomy is a part of the culture, and this is another confirmation that later on we will give the recognition to our ambassador Binta. Another nice showcase how to promote African gastronomy worldwide. Y por supuesto tenemos también.
Of course, I'd like to thank our colleagues, ministers. I'd like to thank Maritza Linkova from Bulgaria.
It's always important first meeting with anyone where you meet, and we are in the right place, in the right moment. Bulgarian gastronomy is another, absolutely different, and I really recommend, and let's use this opportunity to promote better and more Bulgarian gastronomy worldwide. Then we have a minister from Puerto Rico, querido amigo, querido Carlos.
Dear friend, dear Carlos, thanks for being with us. You also came from far away. I also see Maya from our country, Georgia. Friends from Uruguay. Thank you so much for coming. I'd like to say that in this big and small and beautiful country, we've got many different friends coming from the gastronomy field.
Our gastronomy forum we had in Nara, another very excellent and very important meeting, and another step how to develop gastronomy tourism worldwide. So now I will stop because I talked quite a lot. Only last, like, en por último, como postre, yo decía.
And as a dessert, I'd like to say that it's a great honor for me to give recognition, and very humbly, because Mr. Pedro Subijana and Martin Berasategui are very well known everywhere in the world. So I'd like to thank you for your confirmation to be the ambassadors of the WTO, and with you we are going to be stronger. I'd like to recall that these are legends that created that established the Basque Culinary Center. So the Basque Culinary Center was established by legends of gastronomy, and it came to make a revolution in gastronomy. I think gastronomy is not less than art or singing. It's more like Messi or Ronaldo. Messi is also our ambassador. So it's a great honor just meeting you. And of course, having developed such a close relationship, it's been a great pleasure. Thank you so much, and I think you are going to enjoy this forum. Of course, there will be other panelists talking less than me, and I hope you'll enjoy the gastronomy, which is unique, and you won't be able to taste anymore what you're going to taste here during these days. So thank you so much, and I'd like to say sorry if I forgot to mention someone during my speech.
Muchísimas gracias, señor secretario general. Voy a invitar a las autoridades a que se levanten, por favor.
Thank you so much. And I would like to ask you to stand up to take a picture. So could you please be there? Okay, Mrs. Morillo. There, thank you so much. The General Secretary in the middle, please. Okay. So perfect. That's great.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias.
So thank you so much. I would like to ask you to continue standing up for a while because the General Secretary of the WTO wants to recognize the what is being done in our territory. So I've got the honor to invite to the stage Mr. Martín Berasategui and Pedro Subijana. So a big round of applause for them.
Para recibir de las manos del secretario general de la OMT la designación como embajador.
So they're going to receive their appointment as ambassadors of sustainable tourism by the UN.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro.
So thank you so much. So we are going to continue with the event once the picture, the photographic moment finishes. So you may come down. Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask the authorities to go back to their seats on stage.
Of the forum, we are honored with the presence. Enseguida vamos a saludar tireless work in promoting African gastronomy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Her Excellency Dr. A. Nangawa, First Lady of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. The Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, Mr. Zurel, esteemed delegates from the UNWTO member states, members from the business community, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to talk to you about the Zimbabwean story. I'm happy and honored to speak at this 8th edition of the United Nations World Tourism Organization here in Spain. It gives me great excitement to be part of this forum where we are gathered to network, share information and expertise in line with promoting gastronomy tourism. It is quite critical to reflect and exchange ideas that help us to go back to the roots for the sake of sustainably empowering communities. This is in line with our heritage-based philosophy for promoting tourism. Indeed, as nations, we should be able to tap into our nutritional traditional cuisines to ensure a healthy living and socio-economic development of our nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the traditional gastronomy tourism globally has become an effective tool of attracting tourists, particularly those who are cognizant of the natural and nutritional value embedded in traditional foods. In this regard, it is pertinent to develop and encourage this type of food to the general populace, including all age groups, as a preventive measure against threatening ailments and hunger. I would like to thank the United Nations World Tourism Organization for organizing this very important forum, where we are meeting as nations to share ideas, skills, and knowledge on promoting local cuisines, echoed by the theme which seeks to create an inseparable link between communities, food, and its origin back to the roots. The Zimbabwean experience in empowering communities through traditional cuisine came to light in 2021 through my passion as the First Lady of the Republic of Zimbabwe and patron of the tourism and hospitality industry to promote and preserve our culture and tradition. Having realized the gap between generations in terms of consuming traditional foods and the imminent threats to our values through cultural dilution, I introduced the traditional cookout program in Zimbabwe. This was meant, among other things, to encourage our people to consume more of traditional foods than the fast foods, in a way to ensure a healthy living. The traditional cookout program in Zimbabwe is rolled out on an annual basis throughout cookout competitions held at district, provincial, national, and regional levels, targeting local communities. The traditional chiefs' wives play a very critical role in mentoring our women in terms of preparing traditional dishes and upholding cultural values, as they are the custodians and guardians of our culture and tradition. The government of the Republic of Zimbabwe realized the critical role communities can play in the economy and introduced a devolution agenda where sectors are represented at community level. As such, tourism is represented at grassroots level to ensure equitable distribution of tourism benefits to local communities. Since the beginning of the program in Zimbabwe, I've noticed increasing creativity and innovative ideas among our people in coming up with unique traditional dishes. Of interest also is that male contestants have also joined the race, challenging women in preparing best dishes, including people with disabilities as well as college students. This is in sync with Zimbabwe's thrust on inclusivity, leaving no one and no place behind. Let me hasten to say, we are privileged as Zimbabweans to have a unique native community, the San community, who jealously safeguard their values through preservation of their culture and tradition. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe successfully hosted the first ever SADC region gastronomy tourism competitions in May this year. The event attracted a number of countries within the region and beyond. Countries had the opportunity of showcasing unique dishes peculiar to their countries. The event created a platform for networking and knowledge sharing among countries. I am happy to say that the United Nations World Tourism Organization was also represented. We were indeed grateful as a country for this goodwill gesture. Going forward, We want to take this program to the African continent, bringing together communities from Africa to African gastronomy tourism and showcase what we have to offer as Africans. It is our wish to go beyond the showcase and showcase the taste for Africa to the world. In this same spirit of ensuring sustainability, we are encouraging our locals to grow more of traditional grains, fruits, and vegetables. Most of our rural women are trained on how to preserve traditional ingredients for use during the off-seasons. In addition, we coined the traditional cookout program with Boys and Girls Forum called Nanga Gota Ikliba, where we train and discuss the center on encouraging youth to uphold their cultural norms and values. A traditional cookout book was compiled with a collection of recipes unique per province. The book provides simplified methods of preparing Zimbabwe's traditional dishes using the already available ingredients. We identified the book as our unique product for the UNWTO Forum on Gastronomy Tourism, containing our signature recipes. In addition, it is our key flagship in promoting our national brand identity through unique traditional cuisine. The uptake of the traditional foods has increased significantly since the introduction of these cookout competitions in my country. Most of our hotels now have introduced a traditional kitchen where a number of traditional dishes are served. In addition, usually at gatherings, be it local or national, in most cases, there will be a request for serving traditional dishes alongside the usual dishes. With the knowledge and skills obtained from the previous competitions, some communities are now running traditional foods restaurants, and others have already started exporting their products to other countries. This means that apart from contesting annually, most women have turned their talents into businesses to earn a living, thereby contributing to poverty alleviation. As I come to the end, ladies and gentlemen, as Africa, we would like to make it a habit that every meal that we partake at home should have a traditional dish. It is also our wish to introduce the Zimbabwe traditional cuisine in airlines as a welcoming gesture to our visitors. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the UNWTO Secretary General and team for organizing this very important forum for member states to share their experiences in gastronomy tourism. As Zimbabwe, we invite you all to our 4th edition of the Traditional Gastronomy Tourism program to be held next year in May 2024. Come to Africa and enjoy the African taste. I thank you.
Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to come with you in San Sebastian, please. First Lady. Thank you, because I would like to invite here the authorities to join Her Excellency, please, for the forum. Thank you very much to the authorities. Can I kindly ask the First Lady, please, the Secretary General, and Mr. Aizega to remain on stage, please? El resto, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos.
Thanks to the rest of you for being with us in this first session, this first day of the World Forum of Gastronomic Tourism. We're going to move on.
Okay, thank you, First Lady. It's undoubtful that tourism in general, but particularly gastronomy tourism has the power to put communities at the center of the stage. Dear First Lady, your words are inspiring and are a perfect preamble to our next moment. On this special occasion, UNWTO would like to recognize the contribution of the Fatmata Binta to promote African gastronomy by designating her UNWTO ambassador for responsible tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chef Binta on stage.
Where? Yeah. Okay.
The Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization has the honor to designate Chef Fatmata Binta, UNWTO Ambassador for Responsible Tourism, for her unwavering contribution to the development of tourism and gastronomy as pros of a more sustainable future for African communities. Congratulations, Chef Binta. Thank you very much, First Lady, Secretary General, Mr. Aizega. I kindly ask you to come back to your seats, please. Thank you very much. Dear Chef Binta, and I ask you please to take the floor to address the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank UNWTO and Basque Culinary Center for their incredible transformational work and leadership. The soul of every continent resides in rural areas. As we spotlight rural development, economic resilience, cultural heritage, and the importance of going back to roots, agrotourism plays a vital role in making tourism more sustainable. It's an engine to fostering rural development, promoting sustainable agricultural practices, farm-to-table initiatives, which in turn attract eco-conscious tourists, and it serves as a unique identity for a destination. As we forge ahead, engaging with the youth, the gatekeepers of local gastronomy, we must ensure they are supported and empowered in their respective spaces and in dignity and collaborative ways. Let's continue to breathe life into rural communities and promote cultural best practices, artisanal trade, craftsmanship, indigenous knowledge, and local culinary experiences. Overall, the linkages between tourism and agriculture provides mutual benefits by promoting and supporting local economies and enhancing the visitors' an immersive experience. We need to continue galvanizing passionate people, youth, women, and change makers for a greener and more sustainable agro-tourism. It's all hands on deck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What inspiring words. Jarraitu egingo dugu ba, lehenengo egun honetan. As we continue through the program, let's continue to dive into the theme gastronomy tourism, back to the roots. There is an undeniable linkage between tourism and agriculture, and aligned efforts need to come from the very top. For our next session, I'm pleased to invite on stage Prof. Alessandra Priante, UNWTO's Director for Europe, who will moderate the high-level panel on enhancing linkages between tourism and agriculture.
Thank you very much. Good morning, buenos dias. I am very happy to moderate this panel, and mostly because I have fantastic guests that will animate this important part of the discussion, because now it's time to make the rules and to see what we can do to better promote gastronomy as a tool of sustainable development and global growth. So allow me to invite on stage my distinguished guests, Her Excellency Ms. Zarica Dinkova, Minister of Tourism of Bulgaria. Please. Welcome. Her Excellency Ms. Barbara Rodzi, Minister of Tourism and Hospitality Industry of Zimbabwe. And because we like gender diversity and inclusion as well, Mr. Carlos Mercado Santiago, Executive Director of the Tourism Company of Puerto Rico. Un placer. This is a very easy job that I have today, and a very pleasant one. As our Secretary General mentioned today, this is a type of events that we do in UNWTO, which started, I guess, by our own passion and our own dedication. And normally, the best things are the ones that are most sincere. And we are sincerely happy and grateful to have you all with us celebrating. And especially because you're representing incredibly diverse areas of the world. Yeah. We have Europe, we have Africa, and we have the Americas. So we would like to know a little bit more about what your governments and you yourself are doing to make sure that gastronomy tourism and tourism in general, but mainly gastronomy tourism as a driver of economic development, is positioned. How are you supporting gastronomy tourism? And allow me to start with you, Zarica, Your Excellency. And there's a little curiosity in your bio. You actually started in the Ministry of Agriculture. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true. That was my first job ever in the state administration.
So how are you supporting in Bulgaria gastronomy tourism?
If you allow me, first I would like to say thank you for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here in this pearl of the Basque country, which is San Sebastian. And now I will switch to Spanish, actually, because I want to show the respect to our inviting country. Cerca de
In gastronomy and wine tourism, we see it strategically as a part of our historic heritage and cultural heritage, and also material heritage. So we develop it from this point of view, and we create our own strategies, because very often we say that Bulgaria is a very well-kept secret. And we don't want to keep this secret. Actually, we want to promote it. We want everyone to know that our gastronomy and our wine industry is a rich mix of this historic and geographic crossroads. That's my country. So we have the influence from the west, from the east. We have influence from Orient and from the Mediterranean and Central Europe. So for us, it's extremely important to present all this wealth to everyone with all its different tastes and colors, which is actually the cuisine from the Balkans. That's what our government and myself as a minister want to do. That's our challenge and our goal. We have developed 2 wine paths that we combine together with the gastronomy experience. We have 80 cellars that take part in these paths or routes, and 32 of them also offer housing and gastronomy experiences.
So, Barbara, we're blessed by the presence of your First Lady. And we understand that gastronomy in Africa means much more than a component of tourism or just an element of your culture. It means inclusion, it means development, it means much more. So what are the challenges that you are currently facing, if any, and the opportunities that you see in this very moment for?
All right. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the Secretary General for inviting our First Lady and the first African First Lady and representative to be here at the Gastronomy conference. We are very happy as Zimbabwe to be invited. And as everything was alluded to and articulated very well by my First Lady, Her Excellency Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, the challenges that we face in our country about gastronomy, tourism, and agriculture is, number one, the natural one about climate change. Climate change affects the floods, the dry spells, and other issues that can affect the agriculture. However, our government had come up with a program that we call Pfumvudza Intwasa.
Can you repeat the word?
It's called Pfumvudza Intwasa.
Pfumvudza.
Pfumvudza in our Shona language. But
nice.
In English, that's climate-proofing agriculture. Yes, but we call it Pfumvudza. And our First Lady, again, took it upon herself to start a program called Agric for She that promotes women in the communities to ensure and empower them so that the gastronomy has sustainability. The gastronomy program continues. So taking advantage of that program for climate proofing, she started Agric for She, whereby women in our country are promoted and are provided with the inputs for the traditional seeds that we use for our food, our traditional food. So it was a challenge, but now for the past 2 years, since the inception of that program, and since she introduced Agric for She, it has grown last year to go beyond traditional cuisines only for our traditional food, to say it's for mealie meal or it's for other things. But now she's gone to promote goat production using that program, cattle production using that program, poultry production using that program, so that our traditional grains are supported by those as becoming a nutrition gastronomy products for our tourism. The linkages between the two has been a problem as well. But the introduction of the same program for cookout competitions that she brought out has brought together our culture and heritage, which is key. And as she outlined, it's now much easier for us to link agriculture to tourism, which is from the grassroots to the table and to the rest of the world. So yes, we have challenges, but we thank our First Lady and the government together with the program that they brought, and the challenges are lessened. And of course, another one that may be of significance is to ensure that everyone in our country understands the objective of gastronomy tourism together with agriculture. But with these programs, I'm sure we'll get somewhere.
Thank you. Well, indeed, most of the times, especially when you're a governance level, the problems are more inside than outside. So definitely the support and leadership of your First Lady is going to take you absolutely far, far, and maybe be an example for the rest of the world, because, you know, whatever happens in Africa, you know, is going to make an impact, isn't it?
Thank you.
So thank you for that. Carlos, representing a minority here on stage, which is very rare and incredibly, I would say, challenging on your side, because normally we battle on the opposite, that on panels there's always more men than women, but probably tourism, gastronomy are the firm example where women leadership really stand. So Carlos, now jokes aside, we know you're doing an excellent job in promoting Puerto Rico. How much are you actually investing in gastronomy as one of the key drivers for promoting the destinations, and what are the new things that you're putting in place?
First of all, I want to thank our Secretary Sura for inviting Puerto Rico to this important forum. I'm going to be going forward and back in Spanish and English, something very common for Puerto Ricans. Gracias a todos por la invitación.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks to Ralph. Thanks the whole team for your invitation. In Puerto Rico is very well known for its gastronomy, not only worldwide, but in the Caribbean. We have many brother countries, but we have differences in what we offer. And our work as a government within agriculture and tourism is public policy. Over the last years, the projects carried out and supported by the government, where they have some certification or aid, must be sustainable and have long-term sustainable strategies as a priority. In our sector, we join two big markets. It's not just about tourism, but we have many agricultural projects. We have a very rich agriculture. But at the same time, we have a significant growth of tourism. So we've brought these two fields together, and these agricultural projects have become agri-touristic projects now. And we've been working on that for a few years now, and there's been a boost in our tourism. The profile of our tourists is people who are looking for open-air experiences, who want to be in touch with nature, to work in the crops, to have experiences, to know our country. And transforming tourism projects, or actually agricultural projects, into agri-tourism projects has been very successful for us. How do we connect gastronomy and the products that it creates? Well, we do it through the gastronomy markets, hotels, restaurants, all the value chain that participate in our gastronomy system. They buy products directly from local agricultures. So we are closing the loop, transforming and increasing our touristic inventory with these agricultural products that become now touristic attractions. And at the same time, we give agricultures a direct channel for purchases, so that hotels and restaurants can offer a fresh local product from the farm to the table.
Let's get personal. Carlos, what is your favorite dish in the world? You're allowed to say whatever.
I have to say it's Puerto Rican. I cannot say anything that's Puerto Rican dishes. Mofongo, I don't know if any of you have tried the mofongo in Puerto Rico. It's our main dish. Everybody that I talk about our gastronomy talk about mofongo. So it's a plantain-based, I would say it's like a smashed plantain, and it's very popular in Puerto Rico and also in the region. The Dominican Republic does it in a very different, I would say, recipe, but more or less are the same. So it's very popular in the Caribbean region to offer those dishes with plantain.
Thank you. Of course, we're starting to get towards lunchtime, so I'm just, creating appetizers. So Barbara, what's your favorite dish?
My favorite dish is a dish from Zimbabwe. We have a special type of fish from our own biggest dam in the country, which is called the bream. Okay. So I like that bream together with the madura. I'll say it in our Shona. It's madura, dried madura, spiced. That's my favorite dish.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Saritza, what's yours? You can say pizza, it's okay.
I won't say pizza. Actually, it's a very delicious summer soup. It's a cod soup, and it's called tarator. Es una sopa de...
This is a soup made with Bulgarian yogurt, with a lot of pepper, and it's very refreshing for summer. It's very similar to the gazpacho, but it's white. It's cold, yes.
Knew any of these dishes? Don't be afraid, raise your hands. Good, good. We can do better. We can improve, definitely. So we called this forum Back to the Roots. And we're not just exploring the linkages between tourism and agriculture. Actually, we realized, and we are, the flag carrier of tourism being together with many other sectors. But we're here also to really understand what are the leverages where gastronomy, as the apical expression of all these linkages, can be really promoted and exploited in its best way around the world. The motivation to travel, it is proven, is not museums, sorry for those who think it is, but is gastronomy. People travel, the first thing they look for after understanding if they're gonna find a bed is what they're gonna eat, where, and most likely what are the top 10 best restaurants in the destination that they're exploring. So this is a fact. So what can be done better regarding making sure gastronomy is a true drive of tourism? Zaritza.
En mi opinión, es muy importante seguir la.
In my opinion, we have to follow the strategy of the from farm to the table, because this is going to allow us to know our regions better, and it is also improving the quality of the food that is offered. In our case, in Bulgaria, this offer can be found in different places, the high-standing hotels, for example, where they've got closed circles where they produce their food and they offer it. And then we've got the family hotels, the rural establishments also offering this offer, but for them, this is much more substantial. This is really the essence of their existence, because they're small producers. They're also the owners of these rural establishments. So they close the circle of cooperation. They develop these regions that way. So for us, it is really important to create the tools to find a balance. We develop the wine and gastronomy tourism together with other tourism. We also combine it with the mineral water, because we are one world leader in this sense. So we've got a spa culture, and we are, the Bulgarian countries are one of the most important from the point of view of the development plan of spa services. So we could highlight our second city, Plovdiv, the former Philippopolis, which and whether we find archaeological sites that give us a sample of 5,000 years of anciency. Well,
Bulgaria is an incredible destination for gastronomy. We had the chance of experiencing it during our latest regional commission. But so you think that the best way, if I may summarize, to increase or to enhance the promotion of gastronomy tourism or making it stronger is to rely on local culture and local traditions. Is that what you were saying?
Of course, this is also allowing to enrich the variety of products and services offered, and the best promotion would also be using the new digital models to present our heritage and our current situation in a better way. We can see the evolution and all the mixture of cultures. Barbara.
I think to promote gastronomy is to start by empowering our communities. Our communities are the best of the agriculture, and empowering them is the best way to go. After empowering them, For example, what is happening in Zimbabwe, there are innovation hubs that have been introduced in the universities and the colleges. And again, our First Lady has partnered with them to ensure that there will be professionalism in converting the products of agriculture into professional cuisines or professional raw materials that can then be sold to the hotels, to the lodges, to the supermarkets, to the airlines for cooking and then for serving the consumers. So it is very key to start with the value chain, to start with the communities. Rural industrialization is just being introduced. We have one a factory that has been introduced in the center of the rural areas that are producing very nice, good tasting wine by universities. But at the same time, they're empowering the rural communities as they bring this to your elite, the people that want to drink wines, to the places that wines can be enjoyed. But the value chain starts from the community to the end user. So I think the training of the community and the empowerment of the rural communities is very key. And then the involvement of the expertise from the universities and the colleges is in between to ensure the good quality, standardization, and certification, and then to the end user. I think that is very key to promote.
Fantastic, Barbara. This is music to our ears. You mentioned communities empowerment and inclusion. You mentioned innovation and technology, and you mentioned education.
Yes.
3 key assets for us, absolutely, to make sure that, as well, tourism as a whole drives the global growth in a sustainable way. So thank you for mentioning that. Carlos, bueno, if we go to Puerto Rico,
Okay.
or before we go to Puerto Rico, what is your suggestions in terms of finding the best spots and being included, as Barbara was mentioning, and dive into the gastronomic?
I would say that one of the main initiatives that you have to do as a destination is present your gastronomy up front. There's a lot of good destination or great destination with great beaches that have warm weather and are very similar to Puerto Rico. So in that point, we have to find our, I would say, competitive advantage in terms of what we have to offer. And food, obviously, is part of that formula. When you go to Puerto Rico, obviously, you have to have a multi-sensorial experience. You're going to see our great landscape, the beaches, the mountains. You're going to hear our great music that is world known. But you have to have that presentation of the food, of the gastronomy in the central, I would say, main or central character or from the front page. You have to have it everywhere you go. And I would say the profile of our tourists is that they come to Puerto Rico and they stay maybe 1 or 2 nights at the capital, but then they rent a car and go everywhere on an island to explore. So you cannot have, I would say, any of the regions in the back or lagging, because you have to prepare the island as a whole, as a whole product. And the food and the countryside on the beaches is the main character of it all. So to present or show our best place in the terms of putting the gastronomy up front, in terms of promotion and in terms of education, in terms of preparing the destination and managing all that we have to offer in terms of the communities and the projects that I was talking before. So I would say doing both work in terms of promotion, putting the gastronomy up front, and inside and the destination management part, working with the groups and working with the, obviously, all those sectors that have to do with the ecosystem of gastronomy are part of the success that we have had.
Oh, you're absolutely right. In this sense, gastronomy, wine tourism are an incredible tool for not only tourism for rural development, so developing more rural areas, but also allowing the tourists to basically spread over the region or the country and make sure that there is no big congestions and there is a greater possibility for also coming off season. So you can go, for example, for wine harvesting out of the main timings, or you can go to destinations that you wouldn't really go to, which then once again brings back inclusion of local communities and brings back a way of communicating that you were just quoting, but also in terms of, you know, find innovative ways of growing generations that really pushes everything forward. Now, talking about pushing everything forward, of course, we are the United Nations Agency for Tourism, and we promote responsible, university accessible, and sustainable tourism. Barbara, you mentioned earlier about the importance of having a climate action and a climate conscious agriculture and tourism. At UNWTO level, we also are developing an incredible initiative on food waste. So there's many ways that you can actually tackle sustainability through the development of gastronomy. Can I build upon your mentioning before of the climate action and the climate consciousness that we all need to have, to ask you if you have anything else in place, for example, regarding the cycle of food relating and impacting agriculture and gastronomy in Zimbabwe?
Okay, we have various strategies that we are coming up with about agriculture waste. There's, so we have tobacco is one of our key agriculture products. We have maize, we have the small grains as well. And through the innovation hubs, as I mentioned, through the universities, we want to see how best we can then sustain the products that we are growing into probably producing manure, using the same products of the agriculture. For example, there's a student who has presented to us how he wants to make charcoal out of the maize waste products going forward. And the same charcoal will be used in our gastronomy system as we are going to be cooking. Things like that are something that why the First Lady has partnered with the universities and the colleges, so that we are taught more, so that we are introduced in more innovative ways of waste management from agriculture produce and the sustainability of the food linkages to agriculture.
Fantastic. So you're leveraging youth as part of one of your key assets.
Definitely so. Definitely.
Fantastic.
They are the future.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Carlos, how are you leveraging your local youth into programs similar or in general in developing tourism? How are you training them?
For us, it's very important. Incluir a todos los grupos, especialmente a los jóvenes.
It is especially important to include every group, especially the young people. For example, today I am accompanied by a delegation of the Puerto Rico Academia. So we need to provide knowledge to the young people who are entering the industry. We have to work directly with the agricultures, with the farmers. The more we can decentralize tourism, especially in on an island, very geographically restricted. So our planning needs to match the development of agrotourism, and we need to be focused on these new generations because the sustainability of the process needs to be seen at the end of the day as a non-emerging economy, but which is already on our island, and it's going to contribute to the development of sustainable tourism. So not from the university, but from the pre-university degrees, we have some programs that have been linked, and we are leveraging them so that they bear in mind this sustainable tourism to be entrepreneurs in this sense. Of course, young people are essential. They are key for this. And we also want to preserve, to minimize the footprint as far as it regards consumption, the visit, and we are getting to a point where maybe us that had already had an experience have been able to live in a point or to see a point that was very successful, but it is also very important to have this balance. We are an island. An island doesn't grow, so we need a sustainable development that allows us to preserve and to elaborate longer-term plans. So,
in Bulgaria, which not only involve youth and tourism, but also more specifically gastronomy tourism, wine tourism. How are you taking this forward?
En Bulgaria,
in Bulgaria, our ministry has an agreement with the Association of Students of Naturism and Hospitality, and we organize many joint events. And Bulgaria is a very important producer of bioagricultural products. So this is helping us to educate in this closed circle. You mentioned innovation. In our case, one of the products that we offer is gross harvest. We've got these, the rose harvest, sorry. We've got this festival of the rose, and the rose for us is not only, doesn't only have a color or a scent, but it's also one of the main ingredients of premium cosmetics. But rose can also provide a lot of flavor to the food. So we are developing different products and a strategy to use these scents to wine or to dishes. And these experiments are very nice for young people. We work together with our best chefs. Another program that we have is very similar, and it corresponds to Back to the Roots, because this Back to the Roots, because it's going back to the roots of Bulgarian gastronomy, to our regional gastronomy, and we want to research together how we want to develop these traditional recipes in a more modern way. How can we present them, and how can we research how they have been used in a sustainable way, and how we can now extract this sustainability and use it nowadays. So great.
Once again, I would like to get personal. Carlos, you gave us the flavor of plantain, if I may say, yeah? But do you cook at home?
What?
Do you cook, or does your wife
I cook, yes.
You cook?
I cook. I'm not going to say I'm very good at it.
You're the best, but no one is yet like Surab wearing the chef jacket, but you cook at home.
I try.
What is your favorite spice?
Well, we use something that we call adobo. That is like a mix of a lot of species, and it's a very traditional spice to use. Everybody uses adobo in Puerto Rico, and it's something that is like a tradition that has come from our grandmothers to our mothers. So if you don't cook with adobo, it's not going to taste the same.
Oh, is that one of these things like that you basically eat and then your taste buds disappear
and you can taste the difference between food that have been cooked with adobo and food that haven't been cooked with it.
And what's the color of this spice?
It's like, I would say, like a little bit orange, like sand, something like, and black is a mixture, but you have to cook with adobo in Puerto Rico.
Okay, fantastic. And you can put it in your coffee as well, or no?
Maybe some people will do it, but no.
Okay. Okay, Barbara, you cook at home?
I do occasionally.
You can, good, so your husband cooks? Not really, okay. What is your favorite spice?
All right, I don't eat much spice because I have acid problems, but I like Tabasco.
Tabasco?
Yes.
Me too.
We grow Tabasco in our Eastern Highlands.
Nice.
I love it so much.
Nice.
And I like our natural green chilies, a little bit of that. That's what I like about it.
So can I say that is red, right? So orange, sandy, red, yeah? Sort of?
Red, green. Sandy.
Okay,
Yeah.
green.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tsaritska, it's your turn now. You cook at home?
I eat.
You eat. That's a statement. We love that. And favorite spices?
Favorite spice? My favorite spice is something which is called cover for salt. It's a combination of different spices, very typical for my country. And as I said, this is something that gives a lot of color and taste to the food.
Fantastic. So I guess we're all feeling something now in our taste buds. Mm-hmm. And I would like to thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Tsaritska, Barbara, Carlos, for being with us and sharing your knowledge and giving hope, because with leaders like you, definitely tourism, gastronomy tourism, and in general, the growth of this world is going in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, could you, excuse me, could you please come to the center of the stage so that we can take the picture? Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias por participar.
Thank you so much for taking part in this first day of the World Gastronomy Tourism Forum. And we are wrapping up many of the ideas. And a clear thing, we have to say that gastronomy is one of the main drivers for tourism. The Secretary General also mentioned it, but we also talked about research, promotion, training, university, empowerment of women, and also empowerment of the youth to attract the talent of the young people. And these are some of the topics we are going to talk about very soon. And the local produce and tradition. Tradition is one of the words that we've heard more during the opening ceremony of this forum. There's a word that the mayor of San Sebastian mentioned, which is a connection, link. The linkage between brilliant people and also the institutions, because we need the support of institutions, because I think funding is absolutely relevant to be able to carry out different projects. We are going to continue talking about a project which is called Materia. It's a
national producers with good agricultural practices and animal production in respect for nature and environment as fundamental elements of Portuguese culture. It is also supported by UNESCO and the Portuguese National Tourism Administration, Turismo de Portugal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Chef Joao Rodriguez, the head of this amazing initiative.
Hello. A lot of people from Portugal, I see. So thank you. First of all, I would like to thank to the World Tourism Organization and, of course, Culinary Basque Center for the kind invitation to be here and show a little bit of my country, Portugal. And we start with a small video that explains really well what Projeto Materia is and the philosophy behind it. We need sound. Can we put the sound? Okay. Now we need the image. Thank you.
Vivemos numa época em que estabelecemos com a comida uma relação de absoluta confiança, em que aceitamos tudo o que comemos sem questionar seja o que for. Quantas vezes pensamos na origem dos alimentos que ingerimos? Será que sabemos de onde vêm? Como são produzidos? Como chegam até nós? Quais as paisagens que os encerram? Será que conhecemos quem os produz? As dificuldades por que passam, em que condições o fazem? O trabalho que está implícito? Os produtores são ainda os guardiões do território, do saber fazer, das tradições, dos costumes e, em última análise, da nossa identidade. Queremos que eles façam parte do processo diário da nossa cozinha, da nossa aprendizagem, da nossa filosofia e da mensagem que queremos transmitir. Para que isto aconteça, temos que ir ao seu encontro e percorrer de norte a sul o nosso país. Estar dispostos a passar tempo e perceber o que fazem e como o fazem. O projeto Matéria é sobre criar conhecimento, é sobre procura, é sobre saber parar e contemplar, é sobre a importância do tempo, é sobre partilha, é sobretudo sobre as pessoas. Este é um espaço que queremos que seja para todos, construído por todos.
So first, a little bit of context. Portugal is a quite small country, 800 kilometers from north to south and 250 wide. We have an interior that's getting more and more desertified. Younger generations are moving to cities looking for new opportunities, and of course, a more aged population in the interior. This means that we are losing references and traditions because we don't have people to continue them, and this creates a lot of issues in production-wise. So a lot of logistic issues and problems, and that's why producers are still keepers of land. They keep the interest, the economical interest in the places they occupy, and they play a huge role socially by maintaining the lands and, for instance, preventing from fires that sometimes in summer in Portugal consumes a lot of hectares of fresh land. So with all this in mind, we started this project in order to enhance and show the work that these producers do. So in 2015, we were working on this idea of identity for the restaurant, and of course we wanted to sustain it with local products. Like I said, there was no information back then about these small producers working in ethical way. So first thing we asked, where can we find these people? How do we get to them? And when can we meet them and start working alongside with them? So we start calling a lot of friends, chef friends, asking what they have and who they know in their own regions. And for my surprise, they all had the same issues, not knowing and not getting the products to their restaurants. So we decided to move ourselves and travel around the country and try to meet these people in first person. So of course, when you travel, we would prepare like 10, 12 days of travels with a lot of producers. And at the first travels that we made, of course, we had a lot of misencounters and projects that we thought that were going one way and then showed that they were going in another direction. So that's when we started to think as materia, as a project and as a concept for the restaurant. First as a menu, and the idea was to bring these products, and side table, we would show to the people the product before it was cooked, and we would explain where it comes from, and we showed a little map so people can relate, because one thing is to explain a dish or explain some kind of food. Another thing is people can relate. They can recognize where they come from in the map. Most of people don't know the map of Portugal, so it's important so they see it and they acknowledge it. So in 2017, the challenge was, once I feel I have this problem, other chefs have this problem. So how can we share this information with everyone and at the same time create this idea of community working together in one idea together of bringing gastronomy, Portuguese gastronomy up. So the idea was to create this community. So we thought of doing an app or a website in order to create this web and start working with other chefs. In 2018, we started with materia dinners. So it was a basic, simple idea. We would invite an international chef to come over. We would go 4 days to a certain region. We would invite a local chef to make the bond with that region. And then we would come back to the restaurant, and we could only do the dinner with the products that we would visit in that region. So in this way, you can make it in a good way in two different ways. One, the international chef will give you a different insight of a product that you considered traditional and culturally traditional from ever. So sometimes we are like this because we are used to that kind of using that kind of product in a certain way, and someone with a different idea that doesn't have this cultural relationship with it can show you a different form of using it. So it's important to get that. At the same time, you are showing your country, so when he gets back, he's taking your country with him, and we will spread the word. So that's very important for us as well. In 2019, we got the support of Turismo de Portugal, and finally, because we are not a big organization, we are just 2 people doing this, me and my wife. And in 2019, we got the support of Tourism of Portugal. It was very important in order to make what would come to be our website. So in 2020, we were online in March 2020. So after 3 weeks of being online, the world shut down. The pandemic came and the world changed. At the beginning, we thought it was the end of the project because suddenly we thought this to be a project for a small community, for chefs. We did it for chefs because I'm a chef, and we thought that would be the way of bringing gastronomy up. And the Eureka channel just closed. All the restaurants were closed. So then we thought, now what we're going to do? And for our surprise, it was amazing to see that the website was getting to everybody, people at home. So they were checking, people that loves gastronomy, they were checking the website, and they were contacting directly the producers. So the producers were no longer focused on the restaurants. We created a plan B for those producers, and they were starting to delivering at homes. And they created synergies between them. So they start working together in order to make these products travel, which is amazing because until then it was really hard to bring something from the north over to the south of the country. So it was really amazing for us, and the producers really felt that this was a game changer. Okay, I'll show you how the website works. So from the beginning, we knew that we wanted something very clean and very intuitive, something very easy to work with. So you have all the major principal fields, farmers, of course. We made a map, a calendar, and of course the community part. So it's very easy to work with. You can choose by product. And of course, when you put in there, you can choose all kinds of products that we have inside. You can go by region because it was made for everyone in the country. And Portugal is a little bit centrified in Porto, in Lisbon, and in Algarve. But we wanted this to be a whole country project. And of course, you can put your own search and go directly to the producer. But for me, the best way is still to scroll down. And when you scroll down, you have all these people that you see, and you can enter each one, and you'll find out the story of each one. Because for me, it's very important. Products are products, and we need products to work. But if you don't put value on the product, then it's just products. And you need people to make conscious choices. You can make it for financial issues, but you can do it as well for your health issues as well. So this is how it works. When you open it, you'll find out this one is Carlos Serras, and he works with fish from the river. And you see, you have all the information, how to get there, his number, and of course, what we did as well, we responsibilized the persons that already introduced to this product. So in this case, he's a chef from Santarém, and he works in that restaurant. So if you click there, you go directly to the page of the restaurant. In this, this is the way you create responsibility between all of them, and we create this kind of community. So all the story of these people, the way they think, why they do it, why they started, the way they feel about production, you have everyone. So we have already 150 and more to come after and to visit, but we have 150 windows that you can open to these people's lives, and that for us is very important. You have the map as well, so all the indications how to get to the places. You just have to connect there, and then you go directly, you have the map, how to get to the different producers around the country. We have the calendar as well, because for us, seasonality is very important. So we need to create an idea of seasonality so people can use it and start using the products that are in season, that are available. Nowadays, if you go to the supermarket, you find tomato all year long, but what we defend is that we really want people to follow the seasons. Of course, nature doesn't always follow rules, and as a rule of its own, but this is just an idea, so younger generations mainly can go through this and try to implement this in their own restaurants, in their own lives. So the future, we did the second step that we connected to projects that we love as well. Ceramists, people working with wood, tapestries, all kinds of projects that are aligned with the way we think, and that in this way we created like a tool. We want Materia to be a tool that younger generations entering in the gastronomy world can no longer waste so much time getting information. Information is the key in order to create interest. If you have interest, then you have a lot of opportunities coming. But without information, we know nothing. So that's why we did this website, because we think that giving information and sharing information is the way to create opportunities. So in the future, we already signed a protocol as well with a similar project in Angola, and we're going to start doing it next year. In 2025, we're going to do Projeto Materia in Angola as well. And of course, we want to reach more places in the world. Of course, the Lusophony has a big importance for us, like it should be. But this is one of the keys that we want to go and step up in the future. Education is, of course, one of our goals. And we already started implementing with schools an idea of to having the basic education in the basic school. The kids are already learning something about food. It's quite important to have those notions that we already talked about. And of course, an event that I think gastronomy and agriculture and the production itself should be always together and working with tourism. So we did this pop-up for 1 year, in this year, called Residência, and we are traveling around the country, so it's 12 regions, 12 events, 12 months. I should be in Azores right now, but I made a detour here. And the idea is to cook with only local products and with local wines and inviting local chefs. I think that creating this community is very important. All these players working together is the only way to make a gastronomy grow, and is all expression. So these are a few images of what we're doing. We're bringing people over to the productions. Kids are always important in our events. And of course, the project started to be over products, but now it's about people, because products are a reflection what producers are as people. If they are passionate, if they are resilient, if they believe, the products will be good. So when we talk about people, I think the greatest wealth of any nation or culture is their people. They can make the changes happen, and they are very important in this matter. So I would like to finish my presentation with a small homage to all of the producers that we visited. And these are people that they don't have vacation, they work if there's rain or sun, they never stop, and they are the great responsibles for me as a chef to do what I love the most. And sometimes we don't know the backstage, we don't know them. So Projeto Materia is all about putting value on these people and showing their faces and telling their stories. And I would like to finish with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those insights, Joao. Actually, some of the aspects underlined here have been put in practice with initiatives that strive to protect and value to the local gastronomic culture. Good examples will be also explored at our next session. Please welcome once again Sandra Carvalho, UNWTO's Director of Tourism, Market Intelligence and Competitiveness.
Muy buenos días, Egunon.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chef João, for finishing with the people and the product. I think it's really the spirit of what we wanted to share here today in this 8th edition. For us, going back to the roots was going back to the roots here in San Sebastian, where the forum was born, but also to come back to the product, to the people that often when we sit down at a table, we don't remember. And I love the beginning when we say, we don't know in which conditions this product was done. And I think maybe next time we sit down, we'll have that reflection in our mind. I'm very privileged to share this session with you. It comes from a project that we started at UNWTO in 2021, which is called the Best Tourism Villages by UNWTO. And it aimed at recognizing those villages that are committed to sustainability, to using tourism to improve the well-being of their people, their communities, protecting their heritage. And it evolved into a network that today gathers only in 2 years more than 100 villages around the world. And they're doing amazing things that generally we don't know about. And we're trying to not only bring them to the international stage, but also to promote the development of skills, the interaction between them. And the gastronomy is obviously at the heart of much of what these villages do, because at the end we're talking about rural communities, agriculture, community empowerment, and I'm really happy because today I have the privilege of having 2 of those villages with me from totally different parts of the world. And I'd like to invite on stage Kaspar Auwald. He's the Director of Tourism of Valpoxiato, and I say this always bad, in Switzerland. Kaspar, welcome. If you take the middle seat. Thank you very much. Y del otro lado del mundo.
And from the other corner of the world, from the other end of the world, we welcome Tania Endara, representative of the tourism unit in Ango, Chagua. Welcome, Tania. And before we move on to this conversation, I'd like to ask my colleagues to share the video of these villages so that you know what it is about. Thank you.
They say that no one is an island. We were never meant to be. Community is our currency. People are our power. We follow each other up mountains and villages and towns, locals pulling us up higher and higher. We look at the world in our hands for a brighter tomorrow. And when it gets dark, it's the spark in the people's eyes that keep us going. Let's embrace the strength we share in every settlement with love and care. Steeped in culture and heritage, it's your right to be heard. It's our duty to protect these places for the people, their land and their bases. Diversity is different, and different is what makes us alive. Rural runs through our veins, but only together can we make a change for the better. With every new footprint on these lands and every shake of a new hand, your faces, your smiles, your smaller places, they make the biggest difference to our nations. Home is where the heart is, and although we may say goodbye or roam, we always know where our heart lies, our home. Today, it's you we celebrate, and with you we create while the future awaits. This is a tribute to you who contribute to our world. It's your spirit that keeps us spinning. This is humanity. This is harmonization between generations. Here is our story. Here is your story. As we turn that page, the next chapter reads, Change for a New Age.
¿Puedo pedir? So now that we've done the dance of chairs, as you can see, so that we keep the technicians not confused with our sitting. As I said, this project was born in 2021 in a very pilot phase. It has evolved with a significant impact. We're very happy about it. And we're particularly happy that the community is growing. And as I said, today we have two of those community members with us. And I will start with Casper to tell us about your story. I know that Valposchiavo has this 100% Valposchiavo brand, that agriculture and sustainable agriculture is at the center of everything you do, and that suddenly tourism came and the development of both are today very interlinked. So what is the project, and take us to your destination.
Okay. Valposchiavo is a very small valley in south of Switzerland at the border to Italy. It's 25 kilometers long, and it starts on the Passo del Bernina on 2,300 meters, and it goes down until Tirana, which is already Italy, on 400 meters. It means almost 2,000 meters of high difference. This means that we have almost all climatic zones in our valley, and this is very interesting for tourism because you can see the glaciers and the palm trees in one day, but it's also very important and interesting for agriculture because it gives the possibility to produce very different raw materials. So we don't produce only milk and cheese, but also herbs for teas, cereals, fruits. We started even producing olive oil now. So we have a large choice of raw materials, which most of them are produced by organic farms. 95% of the organic land of Valposchiavo is cured by organic farms. We have also 4 bakeries, 4 butcheries, 1 pasta factory. Most of the raw material can be transformed in the valley, and we try to bring them on the tables of our guests in the restaurants. For that, we did. We have a local label, 100% Valposchiavo, which labels products and dishes which were made out of local raw material.
Thank you, Caspar. I think our mouths are already getting ready for lunch. Tania, muy bienvenida desde Ecuador. Y te voy a pedir lo mismo, que nos lleves...
Welcome, Tania, from Ecuador. I'm going to ask you to take us to your destination. I know tourists are invited to cook and learn everything you do so that they have a full immersion in your local gastronomy. Can you take us to Ecuador now? Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the WTO and all the countries present here. For me, Tania, bringing a piece of Ecuador here and share it with you is beautiful. So Angochawa. First of all, Ecuador is a beautiful country, very welcoming, very caring, where you can live our culture and tradition everywhere. Angochawa, I was telling you about it last night, Sandra. After the pandemic, Angochawa underwent a huge transformation. During the lockdown, the world changed. Roots changed. The way we saw tourism changed, and we started to see a more community-based tourism based on experiences. That's what tourists were looking for. And that's what we do in Angochawa. Angochawa is a population in Indogura. We are 3,960 indigenous inhabitants. Our culture and our legacy is the Quechua language, the Karanki people. And within Angochawa, we have 6 communities. And within these 6 communities, each one has a community organization, and within the policies and laws of this community organization, we have, first of all, to look after the environment, look after the land, after the traditions and habits, and sell what we are and be proud of what we are. In Angochawa, we have the bear from the Andes. We have different animals from there. We have our lands, and we have craftsmen that do different things, that they do work on ceramics, and from our ancestors, following our ancestors' techniques. That's what we show the tourists. And we have what we call Suleta. In Suleta, we have one of the best embroideries of the world, where women do this kind of embroidery by hand, and it's going to become part of our cultural heritage. Apart from that, agriculture, the way we work our land, is done with a lot of respect, all the way back to our ancestors. We take care of the water and the land, which allow us to produce food. Angochawa has now a few paths. We have the lamb path, and the lamb is one of our most important representative dishes. And women take care of lambs, and that also brings a certain sustainability for women. In Angochawa, we embroider enthusiasm and illusion for women, but through gastronomy, we cook the culture, the tradition, we cook our history, and we give tourists the opportunity to come, share, and live with us. We invite them to prepare our food, but we always leave something important with them, which is love. Because today we are tackling a very important topic, which is cooking, cuisine. But cuisine without love has no taste. And we have this ingredient, which is traditional love. We have taught our young people and our children how we cultivate love for what's ours. So first of all, love for our elders, the oldest adults, which, because of their experience, have such big legacy. They can tell stories how our grandparents used to cook, how were those recipes, how they made it, and how it's now served to tourists. Angochawa has now been considered one of the best rural local destinations for tourism. But that was a whole challenge, because we had to sell first our culture, show people that it's possible not to migrate, but to stay, that these people can move forward. And in the past, we used to have 1,000 tourists in 1 week, and now we have from 2,000 to 4,000 tourists per week. That is helping, but that's also a responsibility. Tourism is also is an opportunity, but as a people, we are also showing tourists that if they come and visit, they must respect us and take care of us, not to throw rubbish on the floor, that they help us recycle, because nature is good to us, but everything that nature has can finish. So please come, but also love us and respect us.
Thank you so much. I think this is a key element in the development of the industry, to make sure that everyone visiting us is respecting communities, people, environment, And the challenge in that management, in that community management, is really high.
Issue of the young people staying in the village and fighting depopulation. I think it's a challenge that is actually cross-cutting in many regions. It's not something that happens in Europe or the Americas or in Asia. Most countries face a strong migration to cities, and through gastronomy and the connection with tourism and gastronomy, there's opportunities to actually retain population. We've seen also through the projects today, and even attract maybe people from outside. How does it work in your case? Has it had an impact that you feel that people have more opportunities and stay?
Yes, I think so. I mean, this is really our biggest challenge, is the migration to the cities from young people. And I think our project, 100% Valposchiavo, had some impact, or will have perhaps some impact on this. This is also because we try to do our tourism, to connect our tourism to the local economy. This is one important point, and the other important point is that we think that tourism, one of the most important goals of tourism is to heighten the quality of life of people who live in the place. Because if the quality of life for people who live in the place is high, also the quality for the stay of the guests who come to visit us is high. So we concentrate on quality of life, and I think that the local products, the availability of local raw materials, of local products of a high quality organic product is very important for a high quality of life. And I think that young people, perhaps today, they give a little bit more importance to this kind of life quality, which perhaps you can't have in the cities. Perhaps in the cities you have more interesting cultural offers, you have more possibilities, you have higher wages, you have more possibilities. But in rural areas like Valposchiavo, perhaps you have healthier food, because it's nearer, it's more, you know where it comes from. And I think this is a very important theme and a very important strength for rural zones for the future.
You were talking about the connection that you do between the local producers and tourism. How do you do it in practice? What kind of initiatives do you have in place?
Now, we do most of all tourism in summertime, and summertime is the time when agriculture is most interesting, but it's also the time when our farmers, they don't have time to explain exactly. So we are trying to find low impact possibilities where someone can get into contact with agriculture, but without knowing the farmers who have to work. This is not always very easy, but there are some possibilities. For example, you can visit our herbal fields, you can visit the production of fruits. And then we try also to organize the cooking classes, where you can learn to make the local dishes, because it's true, it's the love which is very important to put in these dishes, and I think this is the most effective way to get in touch with our culture. Yeah.
Tania, de todo lo que habéis hecho.
Tania, out of everything you've done to become best tourism village, what have you done, and what are the challenges you face? Do you also want to retain young people? Well, one of the main challenges that we face as a community, as a parish, the first one would be the organization within the territory of an inclusive public policy. We've also established strategic alliances with the provincial, local, and state government, allowing us to keep sustainability, so that within the programs, the main axis of tourism and the cultural heritage is kept. Within our challenges is to keep and preserve culture, that our young people can enter the labor market. And our challenge, as I was saying, as many of other colleagues as mentioned before, is that our recipes are not only in our municipality, they have to expand, they have to be sold, that our products are used for other recipes in the best hotels in the world. So we have to sell our products so that everybody can taste them. So we also, another challenge would be to improve economy. Even if women are being included, we want to improve this inclusiveness. We are also establishing a cooking school, a local cooking school. It is true that I dress differently, I speak differently. Maybe I didn't have the same opportunities because I am an indigene, but sometimes I can contribute all that into a kitchen. So we want to attract your side to allow us to be more professional and to motivate our young people, because we are part of a planet, and we want to make our gastronomy be known. We also have to sell ourselves very well through the social media so that people want to know Angochawa, which is a small region in the world. So thanks for talking about the benefits of this gastronomy culture. Casper.
In developing tourism and gastronomy and agriculture in an holistic manner?
It needs a lot of patience because in Switzerland the agricultural policy doesn't help very much this that the local products become transformed locally. It's easier for the farmers to sell their cows to a big butcher in Zurich than to sell one cow to one cook. And it's also easier for the cooks to buy the meat already prepared from a big butcher than to buy one cow and not knowing what to do with her. So there has to be a lot of we have to do a lot of meetings, we have to do a lot of discussions, and we have to encourage the farmers and the cooks to work together. On the long run, I think it will work because people more and more, they ask for this kind of food. They don't want standardized industrial food, but they want locally produced food. So it will work, but it needs a lot of patience. And it's very interesting because we are talking here about putting together agriculture and tourism. And I found an old interview with a mayor of Poschiavo from, the interview was made in 1972. And he told that he was convinced that we have to develop agriculture and tourism together because this would be the only way to give a future to the Val Poschiavo. This was 50 years ago, so we still were working on the same themes.
As you say, it's patience and collaboration among everyone, no?
Tanya, on your side, you talked about something very important, which is the public-private cooperation. Everything which is national, local policy needs to be coordinated and aligned. How do communities react? Because there's some need for patience, to work together, producers, communities. So how do you work with communities to train them to have this vision that tourism, if well managed, can be a factor of development? And of course, there are some rules and some principles. Well, first of all, how we managed it. First of all, we've been respecting the customs and traditions of our people, because they've got their own way of living. And the important thing has been to respect their decisions. And apart from that, we also needed to respect the legacy of each of the communities. So we didn't allow these traditions to be lost. And in each of the communities, there's a commitment by people so that they live, explain, express, and they teach the young people. From the very beginning, mothers teach daughters to sew, and fathers teach boys to work the soil. So when our young people grow up, they go to the city and they wear our traditional costumes, and they feel part of the community. So first of all, respect was essential, strengthening this culture, and of course, and more especially, to teach the different institutions that come to cooperate into our territory, to teach them and to show them that that's how we are, and we need to be respected. So strengthening this has allowed us to be looked at in a very different way, because when tourists come, they like the community organization, because this organization is needed. It requires a lot of patience, but this community work took a long time, and Gotawan has been working in this for decades, in the question of a community organization. And this is allowing women, young people to be organized. Each community has its own chairman or chairwoman, its own president, and they're in charge of taking care. We've got community meetings. Everything is worked in communities. So we've got community work and so on. So every time a new project arises, everything is done within the community. And this has allowed us to keep this cultural heritage. And how do you keep all the traditional recipes and so on? Because you've got a task to do, which is keeping it and promote it within the community. Yes, now we are creating a traditional recipe book. We are attracting all old adults, people aged over 70, and now we are writing also through the Ministry of Tourism and the prefectures. We are getting a lot of aid from them, and we are elaborating this recipe book. We want to preserve these recipes. We are also telling the story and the history to be brought to the table. This is an immense work, but it's also really beautiful, because I write a recipe and at the same time I cook it. So this is also a look from the academia, because they're interested in how these ancient recipes allowed to cultivate, to grow the soil. So with all your support, we know that we are going to get to the end. Thank you so much. It's very interesting to do it in such a way that you not only write but also cook these recipes. These are memories that can be shared all over the world.
Plans for the future in the immediate short term to strengthen this connection between the 100% brand that you have, increase tourism, staying more. I know seasonality is often a challenge as well.
On the short term, we have to do more formation for the cooks, to use more and more local products in their cuisine, and also to help them to change their menus. They are still very fixed on the standard menus. and they have to become much more seasonal and much more, perhaps they have only one dish and not 15 dishes where you can choose from. And on the other side, I think we have to work a lot on the quality of life of the local people in general. Because if local people don't want to live in this rural area and they want to go to the cities, we can't do tourism anymore because there will be nobody who does tourism. So it's very important to work on this quality of life and to show also perhaps people from the cities this kind of rural quality of life, which could be also an alternative to the city life which they lead. Also that they can perhaps with smart working and stuff like this live some days in rural communities and some days in cities. So it would be easier to keep people in these rural communities.
Have you seen an impact of remote working in your region?
Yes, also together with the corona pandemic, in the last few years, it's starting to become interesting, this kind of work. Yeah.
Tania, proyectos de futuro a corto plazo.
So, Tania, which are your short-term goals, your future plans? Our goals in the short, medium, and long term would be to start selling ourselves better, to generate some more development. Very briefly, I'd like to tell you that we are getting into a project of training, sensitization, and putting in value so that the labor is put in value from the very first moment we receive the tourist until they leave the experience. But it is also generating some local dynamism. We've told women we are going to embroider so that the tablecloth uses our embroideries. Before the pandemic, we had 20 startups. Now we have 102 startups, and this is what we sell there. So if you go and visit us, you'll see our embroideries. Now that we are part and we are recognized, we are also working like this. So we are part of the world. So if you go there, you are going to recognize our embroideries. This is the way in which we are working. We are giving value to what we are doing. Once everything related to the embroideries is used, we also invite the producer, because we tell him or her, well, you produce in a natural way, and we are also creating our own seal of Angochawa with the best tourism village. And this is giving a relevance to the people. People are saying, well, we are international now, and this is adding value. So us as a local government, we are working on giving value to the people and selling this way to tourism. So we want you to visit Angochawa. Visit us. We want you there. We've also created some routes, the extreme sport route, for example, the experience tourism, the cohabitation tourism. You may go, stay for one night. You go to the country and you work the land. So all these initiatives have allowed us to look at tourism in a different way. And gastronomy has been an essential pillar within tourism, because gastronomy tourism has allowed us that both internal and domestic or international tourism come and visit us. And when they visit us, they can add some more things such as a good gastronomy dish. Angochawa, as far as it regards food and production of food, we've got different cereals and products that have allowed us to guarantee the possibility to to lower the levels of undernutrition of children. And this is what all this is allowing us to do. Our challenge is to keep our customs, our traditions, and instead of our young people leaving the community, coming back to the community. So this is something that we don't usually talk about, the integration of handcrafts, for example, these embroideries, these tablecloths, or the pottery. Of course, there are many possibilities to be brought back to the table, and this is also creating a market of visibility for new opportunity, new startups, new businesses, and also to export outside the region. And this is something that is valued by the tourist. They value the possibility to bring the authenticity of local actions back home.
What would you say was something that didn't work? Because we always talk about success and everything going well. No, what works, but what have you experienced that you would say, I thought this would be something that would work, but really was not?
Yeah, I thought that the cooks were more open to change their menus, but somehow they only substituted perhaps one ingredient with another ingredient, with a local ingredient, but they didn't change their way of thinking about cooking, about doing a restaurant. This, I thought they would change more, but perhaps they will change in the future. But until now, I'm still waiting. Yeah?
That's good. Well, it's a process, as you say, patience, and sometimes probably the availability of the product, as you say, it's a challenge. Tania, un aprendizaje.
Tania, can you tell us something that you've learned, something that is not working? Because we always talk about good practices, but of course there's a lot to learn from failures. Well, many times, as I said, and I repeat again, patience is very important, and we learn a lot from failure. But many times, at the beginning especially, there was a reluctancy from our indigenous people to show their cooking recipes, because they said, well, they steal what is ours, and they don't give us anything back. Many times they take these recipes and they say they're theirs, and they don't recognize our work. So there was some reluctancy to show how they did things, how they cooked. But now, as they see this is part of it, and the young people want to learn, they've become more open, and they've really been able to tell these stories. And something important that was also a challenge for us was that in the indigenous culture, even to cook, to tell stories about the recipe, we needed to learn to listen to the music, the tradition. There was a whole ritual, and this has been a challenge for us. Sometimes telling them, share with us, because we are going to give value to what you're doing. This is very interesting, and I think that we'll have a panel later about the significance of the origin indications of brands, because sometimes there's a lot of reluctancy when you share something, because sometimes you may lose the essence or the ownership. Sometimes they say, this is mine, I don't want anybody else to become the owner of something that belongs to my community. So the development of registered brands and trademarks is really essential to preserve this heritage and its origin. So later we will listen to our colleagues from the Intellectual Property Agency, because many times the product is developed but it's not well protected, and sometimes it can be copied and be stolen somehow. So I'd like to open this discussion to the audience. I think that we've got some microphones to be used. Is there any?
To share at this moment, so that we don't have just a conversation between us. Yes, we have a gentleman here. ¿Se podéis acercar el micrófono a la segunda fila de mi lado derecho?
Could you please bring the microphone to the second row, to my right?
Muchas gracias. Y pedía solo que se
I would like you to introduce yourself, if that's possible. I'm Antonio Montesinos from Mexico. Hello, Sandra. It's really interesting because I've been developing a project in Gotzana. It's a best tourism village, but it's also a magical village. 95% of the community is indigenous, and there's a traditional drink called Yolispa, which has been lost. And this is an ancient remedy that was, the Spaniards went to America and started using other drinks. But now the tourists are using it, and they're adding some colorants or some herbs to this liquor or eau de vie. And sometimes the grandparents, the old people in the communities, don't agree with what is happening. We don't want this product to be somehow misused or abused due to the tourism. Sometimes they really want this drink to be used for their celebrations, but they don't agree with it being marketed. And I would also like to talk about not only a registered trademark, but we also need to have the whole nutritional information so that a tourist doesn't become ill because of a herb or a plant that is being used. So how could we manage this with the old people who are very important because they are the custodians of all this tradition? Well, we had this experience. How did we do it so that they would be more open-minded? Well, first of all, in Angochawa, we also have some local drinks, and it is important for them to see that nothing has been changed in this drink. We also talked to them and told them that what we are doing is selling and preserving tradition and culture, but there was also a key role by the place we are selling in and so on. So the owners of the gastronomy or tourist establishments where these products are sold have to be involved in this. This is our drink, our food. If we change anything, the drink is not indigenous anymore. So this helped us, the indigenous communities, to accept that this drink is sold. And we got a commitment with all the touristic businesses and entrepreneurships. We also have the Penco drink, which is like a wine, but we have to be very careful because we need to take care that this is not harmful for their health. We've also been advised by the academia, and it was also very important to tell our ancestors that we are preserving culture and heritage. So we need to raise awareness within the community, and also the tourist centers have to respect this culture, and we've been able to warranty all this thanks to the Ministry of Economy. And this is one of the ways we were able to open this story, so that they allowed us to sell, because in any community we need to ask for respect, because if they don't allow us, we can't do anything, and this has been essential for us.
Thank you very much for this answer. Any further questions?
On my left, that's coming. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning, Caroline Couret, Credit Tourism Network. I know quite well the issues you have raised, because we work not only on gastronomy but also in other fields. One of the problems we see is having a look at the different profiles from demand. So within the foodies, we see that there is a hyper segmentation of travelers who can travel for various reasons. I'd like to know if at your destinations you are trying to discern experiences that are addressed to this wide variety of travelers, and how to preserve authenticity and not to change the content. Thank you.
Quickly also translate to English, because I think just for Casper. No, it's fine. I think the question was very much how do you adjust to the different segments of demand also, and particularly in a world which is hyper-segmented. So maybe Casper, if you want to take first, y luego pasamos a Tania.
And then Tania.
In our case, we do mostly domestic tourism. So our guests, they come from Switzerland. Most of all, Swiss, German, Switzerland. And we have a very clear idea about what kind of guest we want to attract. And we try to do all our communications to attract only the kind of guests that we can handle, and that will be happy when he is in Valposchiavo, so that when he returns, he will talk about us to his friends and relatives, and will do so the marketing. So we are trying to keep very narrow our target. But it's also that we are a very small destination. So we need like about, I think I would say like 30,000-40,000 people a year, and that would be enough. So we just have to find these 30,000-40,000 people and try to have them with us. But this is very, I think it's completely another story in your case. It's more international, your project, I think so.
Thank you. And I think that's a very good point before I pass the floor to Tania, which is to target the clients that you actually think are aligned in values with what you want to be as a destination. It's not always easy, but it's very important to have that as a mindset. Tania, en vuestro caso, pues la segmentación.
In your case, Tania, tourist segmentation. Well, in our case, segmentation has been as follows. We have quite a lot of wealth, but we've also been very responsible in the sense that we don't try to attract too many tourists, because that also implies a responsibility. We've also segmented our visitors. We have local tourism companies that create travel packages according to our reality. We have a certain kind of visitors that like, for instance, extreme sports. So we know which community is offering that. If visitors say we want to know more about culture, traditions, then we have the route of museums we know which communities are involved. And if they say we want to know more about embroidery, about horseback riding or history, there are also different routes. There's the gastronomy route, all that has to do with gastronomy, with culture. There are different community packages. And how do we do it? Through the parishes, because that allows us to dynamize local community. That's what we do. And people are organized. Entrepreneurship is organized so that tourists have the best possible experience according to their expectations. There are other touristic routes linked to everything: history, sports, gastronomy, culture. But before we attract foreign tourists, after what I was explaining, I told Sandra yesterday that when we started, it was very important, and we've started to work at a national level first, so with domestic tourists, so that children and families know Angochawa, and they are the best messenger who are spreading the word. But the roads are quite well defined so far.
Could get the microphone to the gentleman on the second row on my left.
Buenos dias. Thank you.
Good morning.
Questioner. I'm from FAO, Rome, and my name is Yoshida Endo. I'm working for the globally important agriculture heritage system, GIAS, in the FAO. This is the FAO program dealing with the unique agriculture product and designate them as heritage status. And I'm also working for one of the executive committee member to select best rural tourism villages in collaboration with the UNWTO members. My question is that when you first start your rural tourism village and tourism industry, which kind of support did you receive because you started from the zero, and when you start up the tourism industry in your individual villages, which entity supported most for establishment of the accommodation, preparation of the several necessary facilities for tourism, or who gave you the technical advice as a business operators? So I would like to know these questions. Did I clearly explain myself clearly to you? Yes?
Thank you, Dr. Endo. I think the question from Dr. Endo from FAO, and Dr. Endo coordinates the global important agriculture systems in FAO, was about how and who supported you when you started in terms of the development of tourism. I assume both financially but also technically. Kasper?
Our tourist organization is financed by the local municipalities. We have 2 municipalities. They take taxes from the guests and from the operators. And with these taxes, we financed our organization. When we started, we didn't have other funds than these local funds. In the meantime, there is also we have also a project which is funded by national agricultural politics from Switzerland. Because there is this strong collaboration between tourism and agriculture, which is also supported by on the national level by agricultural politics. When we started, we somehow developed the whole concept on our own. It was very important to have a local labels commission who decided the rules how to use our local label. This was very important to create it locally, because so people thought this is our label. If we took a standard label like Swiss regional products or something like this, I think the project couldn't have started, because people would have said, we don't know what it is, it's not our stuff, we don't like it. So I think it's very important to develop these projects locally, grassroots, with the main actors, which then want to use this label and not to take too much advice from outside.
Thank you, Gaspar. Tatiana?
Nosotros...
Well, for us, as every beginning, we started with the community. It was an organization that was born at the community. So when we started organizing ourselves, there were no institutions within the community law, within the community organization. But that's part of us. We all contribute so that we can improve. So it was a local work. And we tried to see, first of all, who was able to work on gastronomy, who was on local tourism, who was working on handicrafts, etc., ceramics. And then there are many resources allocated to local governments, and part of it was allocated to the reinforcement of tourism. But it wasn't enough. Because once we started organizing ourselves, then we required training, infrastructure, and many other things so that we have a responsible tourism. So we moved on our own for a while, but then we also got contributions from the government, from the different regions, and aiming at training entrepreneurs. And the tourism ministry has also been important. Young people in Angochawa now want to be touristic guides. And the tourism ministry has created these local tourism guides. So like I said, at the beginning we were on our own, but now we get help. We've also called the academia so that they come and train people who work on lodging, on accommodation. But our tourism is an experiential tourism. It's not a 5-star hotel kind of tourism. It's a community tourism. So you go and you live with people. Of course, giving them the best possible experience. But it's about showing people the way they live. There are homes where you actually live for one night or one day with locals. But we've been trained for that. But we don't have an international organization who does it for us. No, we've done it ourselves, and that's why we could establish our own policies and decide what we want to do and how we want to do it, because we know we're doing it right, and we are ready to get help and improve what we decided to do. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any further questions.
The microphone on this side.
Hello, my name's Giovanna. I am visiting from Australia in Sydney. Thank you very much, both Caspar and Tanya. Very interesting. Caspar, you mentioned when you talked about the funding that your local municipality council funds, but also the business owners as well, which is great. When you started that, did you find the business owners were happy to pay a fee, or was there a little bit of, resistance?
The question was if they were happy to pay the taxes. Yeah. Yeah, relatively. I mean, it's clear that tourism in Valpo-Schiavo is one of the pillars of economic growth. So I think there was a votation about these taxes, and it was 2/3 who said yes to these taxes because they understood that it's very important to develop the tourism. This was on the one side because I think that tourism will bring a direct economic impact, but I think now, after some years, it's much more important the indirect impact of tourism, which is directed to this whole discussion about life quality of the living space Valpo-Schiavo. Because thanks to tourism, we have much more cultural offer. We have good hiking and biking trails. We can work on projects like the 100% Valpo-Schiavo, and this has also a very important impact on the lives of the people from the valley. And I think with the time people will understand that, and they will be even more glad to support this development with taxes.
Thank you. Well, we see people happy to pay taxes. That's interesting. I'll take a last question here in front, if someone can bring the microphone, and after that we will wrap up.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I asked this question in Japan just prior to the pandemic, when we were at the World Tourism Organization there, because that's part of the intangible cultural heritage. I mean, gastronomy is part of it. And my question was, what are you doing locally to reinforce local economy for when the times become worse? It was just before the pandemic, and the worst case scenario hit right afterwards, and people were not ready. So that's my question. So what are you doing? What do you do for when the bad times come, that you don't get a bad impact in your economy? And I think it's very important, right, to reinforce those local economies, because it's very good to have foreigners to help you, but if people cannot come from abroad, how can you survive if you can only live on what locals do? So what are you going to do to improve that? And I think it's important that we invite the UNESCO next time, because they work a lot on gastronomy and on the intangible legacy and heritage. I am Eliaro Muñoz. I come from Munsco, a company that's working on projects that are very much ethnic, like the kosher community, so that we have alternatives for other communities, ethnic communities. Thank you very much.
We all know how the pandemic affected us, especially tourism and local communities, and I think the question is very much aligned with the challenges that we can obviously live again. What do you see as activities to build that resilience in communities? Tania?
Bueno, para fortalecer la economía local es muy.
Well, to reinforcing local economy is very important. It's the driver of a land. Now that tourism has become the main driver of our community's economy, of our parish, we have reinforced everything concerning agriculture. We've created different access. First of all, there's agriculture. How are we reinforcing it? Well, we give seeds to agriculture, and agricultures then provides them to all the different local businesses. And if we have a surplus, we give it beyond our parish. But it's not only about working the land, it's a complete, comprehensive policy. So we need seeds, agriculturists need seeds, water, and many other things to work on their lands. And when you get the fruit, you need someone to buy your fruit. And the person who buys it needs a place to sell those products. So it's a whole and complete chain of circular economy that we are keeping and managing. So it's about dynamizing the agricultural sector in order to reinforce the touristic sector. We also have the gender equality topic, trying to improve the conditions of working women, both for food production, because here men and women both work. Women work in the families and then locally, so reinforcing it with a sustainable policy, not by assistance, but sustainable. So they have first the possibility that they can generate an external and internal economy. That's very important. And also open up to the market, which is important. And it's not just about the quantity of tourists that want to come, but also the quality of the service we will offer them. With the few tourists or with the number of tourists we have, we need to do our best. So we need to be ready for what already happened once. Now, if tourists don't come, what will we do? We have internal and external tourists, the local ones, the ones from the province, the ones from the outside. So whether tourists are from other countries or from our own country, if they're happy, they will come back. So it's about ensuring that they come back. But in our community, we say that if I welcome the tourist, well, even if you're from the same community, we call you tourist. So if the tourist is not happy, or I cannot sell what I do in the best possible way or with love, how are they going to come back? It's like a mom or a dad. We always take that example. If parents treat their kids with love, kids will come back. And so will tourists. So it's about reinforcing and ensuring that in all our processes. So economy, through agriculture, through working women, children, and inclusive policies. That's part of our local development policies. Thank you very much, Tanya.
Such situations, crises.
Yeah, I think it's the theme of the meeting today, back to the roots. We were all much more resilient and much more sustainable, much more with respect to the nature 100 years ago. I think we have to somehow, also our project 100% Valpuscava, sometimes they say, oh, this is very innovative what you're doing. I don't think it's innovative. I think it's more like we try to go back a little bit. Perhaps we made steps too long for our legs in the last 100 years, and we should somehow return on some more ancient practice, which were much more resilient, I think, than our world today. And also during the pandemic, I noticed that, for example, a big part of our touristic offer, a part of restaurants and hotels, is based on voluntary work from local people. So the guides in the museum, the guides who do the guided visits, they work on a voluntary basis. They are paid perhaps a little bit or not paid at all, and they do it because they want to do it. So during the pandemic, when we didn't do tourism for like 2 or 3 months, we didn't have costs because it's all voluntary working. And perhaps somehow we should also reconsider a little bit our capitalistic worldview, which puts us often in crisis, in even bigger crisis than the crisis we were in. And we should think more about voluntary working, about what we want to do, what is really the real values, and not the monetary values. Yeah. Like this.
Thank you, Casper. Well, I think that going back to the roots, definitely one of the key elements of resilience and community empowerment, and definitely also, I think, social networks are very important, either community level or national level. I want to thank all of you, the ones that follow us online as well. Want to ask a big round of applause to Tatiana and Casper, and invite you all to explore our best tourism villages. Thank you for coming, and go online and find the other more than 70 we have around the world, because all of them have really amazing projects and commitment to the well-being of their communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, Casper, and Tanya. Please stay there because we're going to take a picture. Okay, thank you very much. Una de las ideas quizás más atractivas.
One of the ideas that probably our guests mentioned was the idea of embroidering illusion. I'd like you to stop for a while and think. Apart from the link between tourism and gastronomy, we're going to think about gastronomy, tourism. Which are the challenges that we find? Let's think about technology. What's the impact of technology, of artificial intelligence? It might have a positive or a negative impact. Technology in itself is not bad. The use can be bad. So this is what our next guest is going to talk about. We've got Miguel Fleta, who's the Managing Director, Travel and Hospitality of Accenture Europe. Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Well, thanks for your introduction. Thanks to the World Tourism Organization and the Basque Culinary Center for inviting me. So I'm going to change a bit the topic, and I'm going to talk about technology. I'm the last obstacle, the last hurdle towards lunch, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. I'm sure you all are hungry. But I'd like to tell you today, basically, what is happening from the point of view of the trends in the tourism industry, how technology and artificial intelligence are answering to these challenges. And more specifically, I'll give you some examples of how all this can be applied to the gastronomy field. First of all, I'd like to share with you that being here today is very special because of two reasons. Of course, the first one is because I am professionally devoted to tourism. I work for Accenture, which is a global consulting company, and I've been working for more than 10 years in this industry. So I've got a large experience in helping tourist companies to apply technology to improve their business. And at a personal level, I'm passionate for gastronomy. And that's because my parents, since I was a little kid, made me a passionate of gastronomy. Since I was very young, I have visited many high-quality restaurants. To be honest, 35 years ago, this wasn't something very typical, and I'm trying to convey this culture, this gastronomy culture to my kids, because I think this needs to be part of our DNA. I'm also a passionate of cooking, and I've got an Instagram account where I share my cooking experiences. Well, I'm going to go more in detail. What's happening? Well, it seems it's working now. Which are the main trends? What's happening in the market of tourism? Many of these trends come from 10 years ago, but I think that the effect of the pandemic and the impact on the industry have accelerated these trends. The first one is the total guest experience. The experience of a traveler is not only the destination. It used to be like that, but it's not anymore. I usually go to a hotel, I go to a restaurant, and I visit some sightseeing places, some sightseeing spots. But the experience is total from the very first moment that a traveler decides where to travel till he or she goes back home. So the tourism industry is working very intensively in digitalizing this experience. The experience when I get inspired, or the experience that I have when I travel, and the experience that I have when I get back home, there's a trend to connect all these experiences into one single experience. There are many different segments of customers, and after the pandemic, we've seen that there are even more different segments. So we need to offer different customized travel experiences. Technology is progressing really quickly, and this is also applied to the tourism industry. There are some technologies that are going to allow the industry to deliver these experiences, these connected experiences. There's also a challenge with the talent, to keep talent, to motivate talent. The pandemic didn't help. Indeed, many talented people went to work in different industries. So we also need to offer people working in our industry a different experience and a better experience. Well, customization, personalization is key. There's a lot to do in this specific sector to improve in sustainability issues, for example. We also see how the industry is being transformed, and the companies within the tourism industry needs to use their talent to do other things. We see hotels using gastronomy as one of the assets they can offer to the customer. Of course, restaurants and hotels have always existed, but before, hotels were more focused on the experience within the room, and now they're also focused on the experience in the restaurant. Well, artificial intelligence, generative AI, this is something you probably have heard recently, and I'd like to tell you what is going on with artificial intelligence and why we think that it is going to have a significant impact in the industry. Because, as I was saying at the beginning, we need to use this technology in a very responsible way, because there are some good and bad aspects. And, of course, very related to this, we've got the question of automation. We see that in this industry there are many tasks that are manually done, and they could be done in an automated way. We could allow the people to use the time to deliver to users and travelers. Now I'm going to go more in depth into the generative AI. This is not the future. This is already happening. This is why I really liked the name of this speech. The future is now. Well, it is not that a new technology is coming in. The generative AI is already here, and the tourist industry is already applying it, both in the visible part, which is the traveler's experience, because it's been used to transform the experience, the way in which the product is sold or distributed, to do marketing in a different way. And it is also being applied in the less visible part, where such as the way in which tourist industries operate, how they can automate processes, how they can accompany the co-pilot concept to accompany someone so that technology can allow them to do their work better. There are some more details here, but before going more in depth into explaining how it works and giving you some examples, this is now. This technology is already here, so everybody in this industry needs to be ready to work on with this. We've all heard about ChatGPT. These terms are very well known already. I like a lot this graph, because here we can see many things that we use every day in our lives. How long it took to reach €1 million. ChatGPT, 5 days. Airbnb, for example, 2.5 years. Or Instagram, 2.5 months. ChatGPT, 5 days. It's been really quick, really fast. So what is it? Because we've heard this term, but what does generative AI means? And what is it different from the generic artificial intelligence? How has it changed? How is it so trendy now? For you to understand what artificial intelligence is, I have to say that it's an analytical model that learns. People who know a lot about developing analytic models, econometric analytical models, generate increasingly more advanced models that are trained to learn the same way as a person does. So what has happened till now with artificial intelligence is that these models needed a manual trained by a human being. I'm going to use a very simple language. Someone needed to get in and started setting up different variables for the model to learn. But what has changed with generative artificial intelligence? Well, it's their ability to learn by themselves. You can start making questions, and this model, especially when connected to the internet, is compiling and collecting data and learning by itself. It's a model. This is why it is called generative, because it generates its own knowledge. And I'm going back to the question of responsibility. We need to regulate all these, to rule these very well, because we need to be responsible. There's another aspect which is also very important about this new technology, which is, well, traditionally artificial intelligence was based in text, in a text conversation. Probably most of you have had a conversation with a chatbot on a website or in an app. Sometimes you get angry because the chatbot doesn't understand, but it has always been text. But one of the main changes is that it's not only text, but multimodality, what is called multimodality. It includes images, video clips, other types of formats. I'm going to tell you some examples, and you're going to see how this changes the paradigm of what artificial intelligence can contribute. I'm going to talk about examples in order to make it as comprehensible as possible. I'm going to go through text, voice, and image, and I'm going to tell you the different things that we could do for the tourist industry. And later on, I will tell you about the specific examples in restoration and gastronomy tourism. In the field of text, you can ask the artificial intelligence, and it answers you. You can also ask it to generate text. For example, I want to describe which my services are, my hotel services are, I can ask the model to describe it in a specific style, for example, a conversational style, inspiring style, because I want this to be read by someone who I want to visit my hotel. So the model can apply the style you ask it to. So if a traveler is traveling and he or she needs a clarification, well, this is allowing us to improve and automate the management of the service, the analysis of the sentiment, of the feeling. These tools are able to understand if the person who wrote a text was feeling well or badly. So that way it can react in a different way to the review, for example. So you can also customize, for example, the description of my restaurant for someone, for different target public audiences, and you can do that in an automated way through artificial intelligence. And this is an example I want to show you. This is very important in this industry, both for a hotel, a restaurant, an airline. The customers, the travelers, write reviews in TripAdvisor. Reviews are very important, and this is something that has been happening for a long time. And usually the companies need a long time to answer to every single review with their customized answer, and it takes a long time, and it's not adding a lot of value. So the generative artificial intelligence allows you to, well, let's see if it works. Well, we're going to see some examples here, positive or negative feedback. You can have a default answer to answer to the customer's review. Of course, you can edit, you can update these, you can change it, but there's a significant part of the task by this person that can be done through an artificial intelligence. Here you've got some examples, and this is improving productivity, and it also helps staff to be devoted to the customer. There are different examples, but I'm not going to go through all of them. But from that, customized answers, they are all customized answers. A second question would be voice. Which are the opportunities we find in voice, in generative artificial intelligence for voice? We've got questions such as understanding or extract conclusions from a piece of voice. A customer calling to a call center having a problem, so you can extract the conclusions of what this person needs or requires, and to give an answer in a quicker way. We've all had problems when a flight is delayed, when you want to change a booking. Many times the answer is not fast enough. So through voice recognition, we can improve the traveler's experience, and it is also suggesting the best possible solution. Apart from that, there's a language question. The simultaneous interpretation. This could help to simultaneous interpreting. Many times this could be a barrier in our sector, in our industry, the language barrier, and this could be an opportunity to improve the level of communication between customers and staff. We've got different jobs in the tourist industry, and generative AI could have a relevant role in these specific positions. And lastly, images. Automated generation of images. Our industry is inspirational. We want people to travel more. How do we inspire them to travel more? With content. And this content generation is very costly. So we need a big production of content to generate customized experiences. This technology allows us to generate automated content. And here I'm going to show you an example. This is a tool that basically, well, let's see if it works. The type of product, a plane, industry, travel, environment, island, the mood, sunny. So now you are going to see the result. This is generated in an automated way, depending on some inputs. You may think about this in the field of tourism, because this could be very helpful for a restaurant to be ranked or to attract a customer, or to attract the attention of a customer, a hotel, etc. Anything in the tourism industry to inspire people to travel. So I've been mentioning everything that I have here, but as I was saying, there are opportunities in the field of automation, low manual tasks that are not providing anything, because the staff wants to be with the customer for questions of sustainability. AI can help us how to consume energy, how to reduce energy consumption. In gastronomy tourism, I've got other examples. Technology can really play an essential role. Predictive analytics to forecast and analyze the experience of a traveler, and you can predict what is going on. Prices usually are manually input. How do I know the price for a service or the price for a dish? Artificial intelligence may allow me to understand the prices, customization or personalization, and the question of predictive maintenance. Maybe this is more specific. All these examples, if we think about them from the point of view of the traveler, there I was talking from the point of view of the company, but now I'm talking from the point of view of the traveler. But here we've got different examples where in the different stages of the experience of the traveler, the generative AI may play a role. I've talked a lot about inspiration, the AI-generated marketing content. Well, you can accompany the traveler to customize the booking and to close the booking, for example. In destination, it can help with recommendations, how you can help a customer or a traveler to know the destination, to give him or her recommendations depending on his likes or dislikes, on their likes and dislikes. Well, let's imagine that I'm in a hotel and I'm already known by the hotel because I always travel to this and accommodate in the same hotels. They can give me some recommendations, and I continue with the whole traveler's experience until the example of the magazine. So, to get to the end, how would this be applied to the gastronomy tourism? I'm going to use this slide because this is going to give us good examples, because it has a very specific application. First of all, artificial intelligence can allow you to plan your staff requirements. Restaurants don't have the same demand on Monday, Wednesday, or Saturday, and not necessarily in January, in April, or in August. So with the advanced processing of data, according to what happened in the past, you can create a model allowing you to plan the staff or the personnel needs. For example, restaurants might have more guests today than last week's Thursday. Maybe we need 2 extra people to work in the restaurant, for example. There's a second question very related to the sustainability issue, how we can use AI to plan the inventory, the stock that a restaurant needs. And this has a direct impact in the profit and loss account of the restaurant, and to avoid wasting food. So an analytical model can help you decide how many kilograms of meat you need, vegetables, etc. So because depending on the demand you seem to be having for next week, you need this or that. Restaurants can also understand, through the advanced processing of data, can really understand better their sales, their business in general, the prices. This dish needs this price because of that. Maybe if the demand is high, the price is very low, and you may increase the price. Well, and I'm getting to the end because I want to leave 5 minutes for questions. All these examples are allowing us to improve. And as I was saying before, this technology is already here, and we will have to know how to use it and how to manage it. I don't know if there are any questions.
Sí, creo que hay una por aquí. Gracias.
I think we've got a question here. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for bringing up this question of technology. My name is Rocío. I'm a sociologist and a tourism professional. I come from Argentina, and I'd like to ask you about the blockchain, and I'd like to talk about an airline in Argentina that has started using the blockchain to sell and purchase and repurchase of air tickets. So what do you think about the use of this technology in tourism, apart from this example of the Argentinian airline, and how you see the trends in the future? Thanks for your question. The question of the blockchain is something that, well, it's a technology that is not being adopted so quickly 3-4 years ago, blockchain seemed to be having a very relevant role. This is very significant for the financial industry, the cryptocurrencies, and so on. But I think that the applicability of blockchain in our industry is the loyalty programs, for example. These loyalty programs are a currency. They're the points or the miles that you get from a company for using their services. We want to use them in different ways. I want to exchange points to be used in a different thing, not necessarily in an airline, maybe in a different airline or in a hotel, or we can generate points through the consumption I do in other companies, for example. So I think this is a use case that has a great potential because the blockchain allows us to open and distribute. In the sale of tickets, I don't think it's so clear because I think that the companies are going to be very protective and they are not going to open their own customers. I think this is relevant for loyalty programs, but I'm not really sure about that because the adoption that had been forecasted has not been produced. And I think that all the examples that we've seen, for example, there have been many cases in the Asian market, but there have been many tests, trials to see how customers reacted, but the adoption hasn't been so high as expected some years ago. I'm sorry.
About this AI advances to improve cost efficiency and services, but my question is on the matter of customer complaints, because how do you humanize AI to address any customer complaint efficiently and without people feeling bad about the AI, that they are relegated to talking to a machine?
Yo creo que en lo que son las customer complaints hay tres cosas. La primera es...
I think that in customer complaints, we'll have to take into account three things. Technology can go before the problem is there. So technology allows you to anticipate the problem. If you know that a flight is going to be delayed, before the customer is aware of that, you can give them a solution. The self-service would be the second part. The self-service for the customer to manage a problem. Before, this wasn't working correctly, but this AI is going to allow you to give, to make the customer more autonomous to act with your company to solve the problem. And the third part would be once the problem is there and the customer calls you, the person who attends, who answers the phone needs much more advanced technology to solve the problem for the customer in a much easier way. So these are the three dimensions how technology can help to solve customer complaints. Another question here, I think. This is the last question.
And use it, so I just wanted to be clear about that. Particularly for brainstorming, I think it's quite incredible. But where I have an issue with it is that you can now tell when you look across the internet that AI has been used, because even if you put in a different tone, a different voice, you will see very common words used in the creation of the wording. And what that means is if you use it in a restaurant or a bar, particularly if you are a group, you could lose your tone and identity of your brand through the words that are being generated.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Is there a plan to kind of solve that?
Bueno, te contesto en español. Yo es ahí donde creo que el concepto de...
Well, that's where I think that the concept of co-pilot is so important. It's not only a task that is being carried out by someone and later is going to be done by a machine. The machine is accompanying the person, the human being, especially in an industry as ours, because this is an experience industry. You need a personal touch. You're not going to travel if you don't give that personal touch. So technology needs to be the co-pilot, because this is going to make the difference. So thank you so much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Miguel Flecha. Vamos.
So thank you so much, Miguel Flecha. Now we are going to stop for a while to enjoy some of the local products we can find here, and when we come back, we'll have some interesting topics such as empowerment of producers. See you back at 3:30.
Welcome back here and online. Ongi etorri guztioi. Bienvenidos, bienvenidas otra vez. Bueno, enseguida vamos a retomar estas sesiones de...
We are soon going to start again with the afternoon sessions. I was telling you that we will talk about the empowerment of producers. And a piece of announcement, tomorrow night, we'd like to invite you to the reception to discover our the gastronomy of the next year's guest country. So it will be the right occasion to know more about the gastronomy of that country, but I cannot say yet which country it will be. So we're going to have these two sessions this afternoon until 5:30, more or less, and tomorrow we will start our sessions at 9:30 in the morning.
Bueno, ahora sí estamos de vuelta.
Well, we are back. We are now going to deepen on the role of gastronomy tourism as a promoter, not just for employment, but also for inclusion. We are going to see how it works as an empowerment tool for producers. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Cinta Lomba Fernandez, researcher in the area of sustainability at the Basque Culinary Center Innovation Department, to moderate this session. Welcome, Cinta.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Muchísimas
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry about the delay because we are not starting on time. But I hope you will enjoy this session. It is my pleasure to be here this afternoon with 4 people to tackle a topic that's so important and so necessary for us. And it's about how to empower, how to support and listen to producers so that they grow, and to talk about the different challenges and opportunities they face.
because we are a very diverse panel. So I would like to introduce first to Branislav Vicenko, who is the head of social programs at the TUI Care Foundation, and the foundation which builds on the positive impact of tourism and leads the way in protecting the natural environment and empowering the lives in travel destinations. So come on, welcome, Branislav.
Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I also invite to join us Paolo Di Croce. Paolo is the director of Slow Food International, a global movement involving millions of people in over 160 countries and working to ensure everyone has access to good, clean and fair food. So Paolo, come on and welcome. Me gustaría invitar además a que se unan.
I would also like to invite Celia Tang, Secretary General of the Collège Culinaire de France, an association created by 15 chefs, but grouping now about 3,000 associates members between producers and restaurants all over France. Celia. And finally, I'd like to invite Aitor Arregui, chef and owner of restaurant El Cano in Getaria, a reference in gastronomy, in Basque cuisine, and an example of how a family business can reach excellency without renouncing to its roots and to tradition by doing a good work and respecting the produce and producers, which is what we are going to talk about. Welcome, Aitor. I wanted to make a brief introduction, but after everything I've heard this morning, I think we all have a clear idea of the impact that can have gastronomy and gastronomy tourism in a region, whether it is a city, a country, a province. Gastronomy is not only about what happens in a restaurant and what we find in our dish, but it has an effect that starts from scratch, from the product. There's no good gastronomy product without a good raw material. Behind that, we find producers of different sizes who live in this very complex world that has an impact on us, and they face daily challenges such as climate change, not knowing how to face new technologies and include them, needing to train and update constantly, and a whole series of problems that have a solution, and we are going to talk about that this afternoon. We're going to talk about the challenges and also the different generations in restaurants in the primary sector, this generational replacement is very important. And we want to see if we want to evolve, and we want to have a chance so that touristic destinations become an opportunity for all without leaving anyone behind, so that they help us keep our identity, but at the same time innovate and evolve and move on. That's what we're going to talk about this afternoon. I wanted to start with Branislav. Good afternoon. I'd like you to tell us about your organization. I have read at the website that your organization
for good, ¿no? Entonces sí que me gustaría que nos contases un poco qué es Tweaker Foundation y un poco en relación al.
I'd like you to tell us what your organization is about. I would like you to tell us about gastronomy, tourism for you, and what you're working on.
I was just going to do the introduction very quick and to show my
Good afternoon,
Spanish skills. But yes, I will swap to English, as that will be definitely easy. Next year, if I'll come, I'll promise I can do that in Spanish. That's, well, this is recorded, right? So that's that's tricky. Anyway, so hello everyone, and thank you, Cinta. First of all, I would like to thank the Basque Culinary Center and UNWTO for organizing this important session and for inviting us to join this discussion. So as you asked, I would like to give a very short, a bit of a background to who or what Tweaker Foundation is. Let's leave the slides here, perfect. So our objective is to create or invest into partnerships with local and international organizations around the world that create long-lasting positive impacts in existing, but also in emerging destinations around the world. We support education and training of young people, promote protection of natural environment, and help local communities to thrive sustainably and benefit from tourism. Ultimately, we want to connect holidaymakers to good causes so that their holiday is a sustainable experience and their holiday also contributes to thriving destinations. And as you mentioned, by building on the potential of tourism as a force for good, we want to use tourism as a tool for sustainable development globally, and that would be including sustainable food systems. And as you are aware and also was mentioned already here today, agri-food sector is one of the high impacts when talking about climate change. 1/3 of world's greenhouse gas emissions are coming from the food production. So this is on one side, but on the other side, there is no doubt when we travel, we all want to experience the delicious local food and savor in these experiences. So for us as a foundation, because of that, it was since the beginning we started, that was also one of our focuses, how we can make food or menus more sustainable and how we can help destinations to produce delicious food that has a lower negative impact on the environment and benefits communities as well. So together with Futuris, our NGO partner, we have implemented 2 projects on Lanzarote and Crete on the topic of sustainable food, and we have summarized it together in a short report, how to develop a sustainable food destination. You can easily find it online if you'd like to, and just to mention, the projects were designed to reduce the environmental impact of farming, enhance food quality and quantity, connect sustainable agriculture and tourism as pillars for sustainable regional development, strengthen the local economy, as well as provide more decent working and living conditions in rural areas to minimize the
rural migration of young people. I would like to share with you a couple of lessons learned. You can see some of them here on the screen, or here on the screen actually. But I'm going to go through all of them, as that would take a bit too much time, and you have another reason to read the report. It's not too long, I promise. And basically, with going through that, I can also answer the question on how gastronomy tourism can benefit local producers and what strategies can be implemented to maximize the benefits.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So when we look at the cooperation and training, it is crucial that we bring together the actors of the entire value chain, of the entire food value chain or tourism value chain, to so that they understand each other's needs, opportunities, and challenges. There is often a disconnect, especially between maybe the side of the farmers and producers and then the hotels, hoteliers, and food service industry. So what we realized was that common training of the representatives was, or brings the value of strengthening the relationships and also understanding and inspires for them to work together to create sustainable gastronomic experience. So for example, for us, what worked well was train the trainer, or also cross-sectoral training. So people from hotel industry being trained on the fields and see how it works so that they can actually understand the full process, and when they are promoting the sustainable food, they actually know in detail how this food was prepared and developed. The other area would be or lesson learned would be local, when talking both about products and experiences. More and more travelers, when they come to destinations, they want to explore culture, gastronomy, traditions, and the destinations, which is obviously a very good trend from our side, and we hope this will continue growing as well. So local local products should be promoted as rather as experiences linking local gastronomy, culture, nature, and people as well. What really actually worked well as well for us was that authentic hotel experiences are successful when you directly involve local producers, farmers, and farmers. So for example, when we had some food experiences, authentic experiences in the hotels, we would bring the farmers and producers or women's association so they can actually exchange and chat with the visitors, with the customers, with the guests about how the food was created, its nutritional value, how the sustainability benefits, and how it actually also helps the community. So actually from being an experience of just eating, it became a cultural exchange as well. Another example or lesson I wanted to mention quickly is the value, which is, I think, quite straightforward, because sustainable products add value to the regional touristic product and support the local economy. Such an approach creates healthier food for the residents, for the visitors, and healthier planet as well. So I would say it's a win-win-win situation. And creating these gastronomic experiences is obviously also a strategic approach for destinations, because it can help them position themselves in a certain way, target more or different customers, different type profiles which weren't targeted before. For example, report of the European Travel Commission, according to them, for the younger generation like the Gen Z, the #1 activity actually now on holidays is to try locally produced food and drinks. So with an added value, there comes also increased income, and with diversification, there come more income streams as well. And one more, which I wanted to mention, is the empowerment.
The last one by the moment. Eh?
Exactly, that sounds perfect. Empowerment, which actually is the name of the whole session. Mm-hmm. And that one, I would say, for us, maybe turned from a challenge to an opportunity, which was the empowerment of small-scale farmers to make them unique ambassador of sustainable food destination. Often, small-scale farmers might lack certain skills, which could be related to IT, and, IT technology, some legal obligations they need to comply and how they need to comply with, regenerative farming, and having actually experts on the site who help them learn about how this works, how to change their techniques, but also how to interact with tourists, with visitors, and promote their production techniques. The family tradition, they all have often they have long-lasting traditions which are worth sharing with the travelers, so also improve in the storytelling and communication, the way they communicate and speak to the travelers. So really by facilitating these workshops, we focusing on these topics, we empower, or like the small-scale farmers are empowered to create these sustainable gastronomic experiences. So these would be the main lessons learned from the report and the projects which we implemented, and I recommend checking out the other lesson learned. And now I have a little bit more information on how this helped us create our TUI Field to Fork program. I don't know if there is something from your side, or we're short on time.
Yeah, if you don't mind, we will come back
Absolutely.
to this later, because you have talked about many things that I think that we will go in depth with the other speakers, and we will come back to this on the second round. So you will have the opportunity of sharing this amazing project and the other one of Cape Verde and everything. Exactly. So I would like to speak now with Paolo. Paolo Di Croce, who is the director of Slow Food. And I'm going to ask you, Paolo, to introduce what is slow food. And when I was speaking with you before today, you told me we are not focused just in tourism, but we have impact on maybe how all we are tourists. I mean, at the end, when I like to think to me as a traveler, but we are tourists. So I will appreciate if you explain what is slow food, and also I have this question also for you. How can communities preserve their culinary heritage that is very well related to what you do while catering to tourists?
Okay, thank you, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I must also decide if I talk Italianish or Anglo-Italian. I think it will be Anglo-Italian.
I'd like to share with you, apart my high-level linguistical skills, is that I'm not an expert in tourism. So the right question is, why am I here? I hope that the answer is because we are talking about food. And it's all the day, and in 3 days, food is the key word. And we are an organization that has been working now for the last 30 years around the food systems. And has already been mentioned many times now in this morning about how the food system that has run the world in the last 70 to 80 years is completely broken. You mentioned climate change, loss of biodiversity. Just very briefly, it is not feeding the planet. We have more than 800 million people still starving, while we have over 2 billion people with healthy problems related to the bad diets and the fact that they eat not in the right way. So we exist, slow food exists, to try to fix, to try to change this broken food system. And everything we do is aimed to achieve a change. And the food system that we promote is what has been said briefly in the presentation, is good, clean, and fair. What does it mean? Good is tasty and healthy. Clean refers to all the environmental components. You know that industrial food production is one of the main causes of climate crisis, pollution of the soil, of the water, loss of biodiversity, and so on. Fair refers to the fact that too many farmers, too many food producers all over the world they do not earn enough money for the job that they do, even if we pay very often at a high price for the food that we buy. So good, clean, and fair food is the food system that we promote. And why tourism? Because tourism, as you know much, much better than me, it's crucial, can have a big impact on the food system. In this sense, we are touristic related, even if we are not a tourism organization, because, as you know, food, as I said, is central. And also, if we analyze our main areas of work, of interest, to simplify, we have three big areas of work to try to fix the food system. The first one is what we call defending food biodiversity. So food is diversity. We are not condemned to eat the same food everywhere, even if sometimes it happens. Even if when we have breakfast in hotels, it seems that we have the same food everywhere. It's not like that. The diversity is the richness of food, and we are losing it. The second key is education, is awareness, is knowing from where the food comes from, is knowing what we eat. We know everything about our last release of the smartphone, but we don't know what we have in our plate. The third level is advocacy, trying to influence policies, politicians, decision makers, companies, to go towards a good, clean, and fair food systems. And I think, and also learning from this morning, all the three areas are strongly connected to tourism. Food diversity, education, policies that they have to help to be introduced in the touristic component and decision and systems. So why tourism is so important? Because it can have a huge impact. Can be for the good or can be for the bad. Because there are opportunities, but there are many challenges. And we have, and again, you know much better than me about positive situation and experiences and negative situation and experience on people's life, on producer life, on chef lives. So Food is interested, is here, and is interested to understand in which way an organization that is present in over 150 countries with millions of people following us, and we develop program projects and everything, in which way we can interact with a touristic organization to turn the impact of tourists for the good and not for the bad. And I would like to add one challenge to all of you that are the experts of this area, especially related to food. And I was also inspiring for me this morning with the taxi driver. You know, I always practice my languages with taxi drivers. And we were Italian, he came, I visit Venice, Florence, blah, blah, blah. So I asked him, which is the best city in Spain to go on holiday? The response was very surprising, San Sebastian. And immediately after that, he started to explain me that people come here for food, and he started to tell me and to share me names of restaurants that are not too expensive. This is a key. Food, the tourism food is not for rich people going to look for the best restaurants on the planet. Yes, also. But the challenge is to guarantee good, clean, and fair food for all. And tourism is also like that, because if we only think that rich people who can afford to go to the Michelin star, and I love Michelin star, of course, and they can play a fantastic, crucial role in this, but or we believe that, and we work towards a good, clean, and fair food for all, a quality tourism for all, or we will not win our fight, and we will not win our battle. This is the challenge, and this is the area where Slow Food is ready to partner with every one of you who is interested to guarantee this tourism. And if I have to respond also to the other question, or you want briefly? I will be very brief. No, because I want to stop with the stereotype that Italian speaks too much, and I thank my Slovak friends that is helping me in that. But if I have to respond, I will be very brief. Try to be very brief. You know, if we talk about diversity, the local communities, it's their competitive advantage. They know the diversity. they have the elements. They know what is different in San Sebastian from Bilbao, from any other place. The big companies, they do not have this competitive advantage. They do not have this knowledge. Again, I want to share very briefly something that happened last week. Last week I was in San Francisco, California, because the municipality of San Francisco, they called the food because they wanted to explore the possibility to have common project there. And they were explaining me, we are a food destination, we are very interested. And then the person in charge of the economic development of San Francisco told me, you know, we are very happy, we have a big investment from IKEA. You know, the big Swedish company producing furniture. Nothing against IKEA, but you are a food destination and you are so happy about IKEA. How can IKEA represent the real diversity? They can produce millions of whatever, but not the real food, not the good, clean and fair food. So in this sense, we have to focus on local communities. We have to work directly with the producers, the chef related to the producer, to really diversify, because every single area has its own peculiarity, and it's the only way to really show something different from the big companies and from the common offer that you can find everywhere. Yesterday evening, when we were talking at dinner, and the thinking was around the Italian cuisine. It does not exist. I have this news. It does not exist. Every 20 kilometers there is something different. And I'm sure here, I'm sure everywhere in the country. And you can find good food everywhere on this planet. I always say that I could find good food in Kentucky, in the US. If you can find good food in Kentucky, you can find good food everywhere. It's a matter of finding this food and giving value to this food and giving value to the local food and to the real food. You know, in the US, they think that the Italian main dish are the fettuccine Alfredo. And the spaghetti with meatballs, they do not exist. So let's focus on communities, let's focus on the real food, let's focus on the good, clean and fair food, and give these experiences to the tourists. You will have a great added value from income, livelihood, environment for your territories, and many, many more tourists will be interested in this.
Well, very passionate speech. No, I take this idea that communities have the knowledge. So before to saying people what to do, maybe we have to listen what you have to say, no? It's something important. So ahora voy a hablar un poquito.
Now I'm going to talk a little bit with Celia. Well, we all speak for long. Well, we've been talking during the lunchtime about diversity, about the need to have tools adapted to individual needs. There's no perfect formula that we can use and fits everyone. So Celia, as I was saying in the introduction, is the chairwoman of a network of producers and restaurants where they've got more than 3,000 members. And I'd like you to tell us about the main contributions and advantages that belonging to such a network have, and how you see the needs of producers from that diversity when giving value to the product and their work, the work of producers. Thank you. I think that the word diversity is really important. I think that everybody here talked about it. I think that, well, this is more than a network. This is a family of producers. We've got producers, we've got restaurants. I think that we've got different producers, wine producers, brewers, fishers. So we've got many different profiles and jobs, and there are many families making a living of that. Well, this network was created by 15 chefs, well-known chefs, and they wanted to promote not the high cuisine or the French cuisine, because this is like a false combat. They were trying to change things because production, restaurants, and feeding, nutrition in general is becoming industrialized and standardized. Everybody is eating the same things. You come here and you get a Caesar salad, for example, and a hamburger, or maybe a new Spanish, a new dish is trendy and it's a traditional Spanish dish. So it's a good thing for that culture travels. We are not trying to promote high cuisine or French cuisine, but we want to give value in France to those who make part or take part in the people's feeding, from producers to cooks to the person serving you in a restaurant. And of course, there's a responsibility on the consumer who has to choose what he or she eats. So we want to teach that there's an alternative to industrialization, and those representing this diversity of feeding are the producers and the restaurants working with producers. Because, to be honest, in France, you don't eat well everywhere. I think that in 80% of the restaurants, and 80% of the restaurants in France use industrialized systems in their cooking. Many times they simply take out the food from the fridge and they heat it and they serve it. Well, these famous chefs wanted to highlight all those who don't have so many stars but cook every day, because we've got different artisans. We call them artisans because it's not only what you handmake, it's also about how you do that. So all these producers and restaurants are an alternative to the industrialization of restoration and feeding in general. What kind of support does the network provide? It is giving visibility, but what are the kinds of support we can find in this network? Well, each one comes to look for it once. This is what in English is called you are what you get. So when you are involved in a network, you get a lot from it. So the more involved you are, the more you get. So the producers many times are isolated. Maybe they're in the mountain. Maybe they don't have time to connect with other people. So it's very important to create networks with other people who may not have your same career, but that are also working hard and fighting against industrialization. Is there any case you can tell us about? For example, an alliance that has been very successful, a relationship between a producer and a restaurant, well, anything you can talk about that couldn't have occurred if this network didn't exist. Well, we also try to teach that working together, we can make many things. It's not just a list of producers and another list of restaurants. No, of course, you can buy good products everywhere, but identity products and add value, human and economic value, working together is really important. And, well, I'm going to tell very short stories. We've got a lentils producer in the center of France. Well, we've got the green lentil of the Puy de Dôme, and this lentil is very protected because due to the climate change, there are many problems in its growing. And, well, some producers were telling me that if things continue like that, we are not, in 2 years' time, we are not going to have this lentil anymore. Well, and don't worry, I'm not going to tell you about this because, well, this is something that we give animals. Well, maybe, and I told him, well, maybe if that's the only thing you can grow, it might be eaten. Some people like the bitterness of these other lentils. Well, and for example, I talked to the restaurant and told him, well, this producer has a product that is very bitter, and I think you're going to like. Well, can you send me some of this? They get in touch and well, and there's a special dish in this restaurant using this other product that this producer was growing simply for the animals, but this restaurant liked it. So the lentils this year seem to have worked better, but apart from that, another product is being produced just in case, because he's seen that a restaurant is using that other product. The market has diversified, and well, some years ago, lamb wasn't eaten, and now it is a meat that is eaten in the best restaurants in Paris, for example. Well, we've got another example, asparagus producer, and chefs usually like asparagus when they're thick and straight. Well, and there in the part. In the southern east part of France, the asparagus grow not in a straight way, and chefs usually don't like them. And this producer was wasting a lot of asparagus. And, well, one chef used this bended asparagus. He cooked something very beautiful, and there was something to be told in the restaurant about that. They were telling that this asparagus was bended because there was a lot of wind in the area where it was grown, and so on. So there was a story there, and they said, well, and sometimes the customers were coming back, and they said, well, what happens this week? This week asparagus are straight, and so on. Well, yes, this is also very interesting. There are many other stories like these. The possibilities to diversify the business, and it also has a positive impact both for the producer, the restaurant, and also the consumer, because the consumers also have a responsibility. Because restaurants have to influence consumers, the audience, to open their minds and be ready to be part of the change. Later, we'll see who is who and which is each one's roles. Aitor, well, here you are. I'd like you to tell us your project, because most of us already know what Elcano is, but I'd like to know, I'd like you to tell us a little bit more about the philosophy, how you work, your value proposal, how you work with the product, and at the same time, if you can tell us, from your point of view, from your experience, what do you think is the role that traditional cuisine techniques could have, and those who know them, and how important recipes are to promote a gastronomy destination? Well, I think they've started a bit late because of me. Well, many times we are always in a hurry, and well, I come from Elcano in Guetaria. I grew there. It's a sea village. Well, here, well, this is a sea village, and sometimes you get fish, sometimes you don't. We are part of a territory, and
hay cosas positivas y esa puede ser parte de ella, que nuestra primera despensa, nuestra primera cocina no está entre ladrillos que se llama Elcano, sino nuestro restaurante probablemente sea el mar. Y además esa despensa no todos los días se puede controlar lo que es, sino somos partes de entender ese territorio. Y claro, no solo eso, sino que aquellos que van a esa mar.
So those who are going to that sea really need to know how it is, and they're conveying that to us. They've been conveying the descriptions of a territory which is moving. The Cantabrian Sea is not stable at all. We used to have whales, now there aren't. There are different fish species, and the knowledge of people is also evolving. Guetaria, and among them Elcano and other restaurants, other people feeding other people. We are part of a territory where many people have described this territory, and it's like a microspace, a description in time of the people. So when they tell me that I've got a restaurant, well, I don't know if it's exactly a restaurant. Sometimes, well, we use a cooking technique that was used in the ships. In the fishing ships, and well, women used to cook, men used to barbecue, and this is what we do. We try to share with those who come to our territory who we are. We are a culinary landscape, and when I'm asked if that's a restaurant, I usually say no, it's not a restaurant. It's a consulate, because I think that we are part of a medium. We are the children of many people who have lived in that medium for a long time, and probably the fourth person that is coming, the tourist, we share. We don't sell, we share our houses, our homes, knowledge and space in time. So I prefer sharing than selling. And when I go home, I never think, and the people responsible of the accounts in my business don't like me to say that. I don't think about the numbers, about the accounts. I think that this is much more productive for having a future, a tomorrow, defending, advocating for that. We need to support the fisher. This is a more significant asset for tomorrow, so that you can share that with the ones that are coming, so that they are the homes of everybody. well, eating is a political action, for example, but you can find our manifesto, and well, we are a small village looking at the sea. We want to share. We want to bring new knowledge for a shared tomorrow with those people who come to share in our homes. Very interesting, but for this to happen, well, this is a consulate, you said, and we're here to share, but which are the grounds for that to work? You put the house, I bring the product, but we trust each other. I don't get angry because I don't get fish, even if I had a commitment. Well, how do you make it possible to share a project and everybody feels represented, comfortable, and identified with what we are doing? From the truth. If someone comes home and doesn't understand that we don't have fish because the sea is not delivering fish, if you want to share that, you can't lie. You have to tell the truth. So if you want to share, the one coming, if this person is open-minded, if you give what you have, well, you probably don't know the expectations, but you give what you've got. So sometimes you might have a lot of fish to offer, and sometimes you'll have other things to offer. So, and this is very important for tomorrow. I don't want to go too in depth, but when you go to a different space, you see cultures, customs, languages, which are different to yours. Sometimes I'm in an airport and I don't really know. I'm at an airport and I don't know in which city I am. So this is why we are here talking about building shared projects, having their own identity, and allowing them to have a good future, a better future. Branislav. We said that thanks to the foundation, several projects were carried out, and there are some synergies arising from these projects, sometimes between partners, contributing a capacity or a training or a skill that might be the solution for a problem. So I'd like you to tell us about the Green Cape project, because I think that there was a need there was an alliance and a solution. Thanks to a technological partner, we could talk for long about technology. So would you mind sharing that experience with us?
Yes, so talking specifically, when I finished, I was talking about the Field to Fork program, and that one project in Cape Verde is also about it's called Field to Fork Cape Verde. And with our program, we have obviously some certain outcomes or objectives that we want to achieve, talking about regenerative agriculture, talking about supporting the farmers with the education and also sustainably managed areas, and obviously later then creating sustainable connection with the tourism sector. And it is easy in some destinations, easier in some destinations. For example, in Greece, where maybe it's known for its culinary heritage, they have also good conditions to grow food, and different types of food agriculture works well. So there is easier potential or higher potential for us to implement some of the projects in the exact way as we would like to. But it's not the case in every destination. So the project in Cape Verde, which we have established, I think it was last year, or beginning of this year. I don't know how familiar you are with the climate in Cape Verde, but this project is specifically on the island of Sau, which is on the eastern part of the country, and it's more desert-like climate with not much soil where you can actually produce maybe in a regenerative, sustainable way or grow types of crops or vegetables that you need. So because of that, we looked and found, started working with a local partner which focuses on hydroponics, or it's a hydroponics organization. Because of the issue that they have with the soil, obviously most of the food is imported. And then it makes it more difficult for customers to access fresh food and diverse produce. Mm-hmm. So with this partner, we are actually working on these innovative technologies on hydroponics to be able to cultivate different fresh vegetables, fruits, so that they can be directly then brought to the hotels. So that's one of the main objectives of the project. But it's not just that, right? It's not just production, but we are talking about the gastronomy. We also want to make sure that the local community is involved, and also tourists can see. So, for example, I can share some statistics. We are planning to receive more than 2,000 visitors of guided tours in this area, and then they can also plant trees themselves, fruit trees themselves in the area. We also have a connection to the hotel, so making sure that the products which are produced will be then supplied to the hotel. So we are also shortening the supply chain of the hotels, and also decreasing the import and import costs. Another opportunity, as I mentioned, is making sure that we create jobs for the people in the local community. So this project enables a number of jobs being created, but also, of course, it involves building certain type of infrastructure, which we discussed with Paolo, might not be ideal and is not needed in many places, but you have different places in the world where if you want to improve the food security, you need to also invest in different innovative technologies which maybe are not suitable for other places. Like, for example, the CREATE project, where it's not needed because the regenerative farming practices and sustainable practices are working well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's very interesting. And about how this kind of tourism opens a door to technology and even to high qualified jobs. No, for example, that's also
Absolutely.
very interesting.
And when talking about jobs, that's, I think, what also was mentioned here. When we are looking for the partners, it's really, or what type of profile we are looking for when we are working. It is someone who has this local expertise and exactly understands how to create the sustainable food experience, understand what types of recipes, what type of environment, climate there is in the island, so that basically we work with them to make sure that their ideas, which are in line with the destination and sustainable destination ideas or practices. So that absolutely needs to be taken into consideration when we develop the project.
Mm-hmm. That's very interesting to keep it working on time. And Paolo, you said before about some pillars somehow, or some key issues, and I take the one of awareness, because I think is one of the must for resilience. If there is no awareness, there is no resilience applied to everything. And how can the customers, the producers, all the value chain of food can be more aware, and aware, meaning aware in the same way, no? About that we have to do something, that if we want to have a strong food system, and that we must evolve together. What can we do?
Yeah, as you said, I think we all agree that it's so important to get to know from where the food comes from and what we are eating. We in our organization, we have several programs on food education, starting from schools to adults, to any kind of program, really to try to teach these. And but I don't want to enter in details about these, or if you want, with pleasure. But I really think that the concept here that is related to tourism, but is much broader, is that today we are not completely free to decide what to eat. Because too often we don't have enough information about what we are buying or what we are eating. I loved what you said, me gusta más compartir que vender, because if you share, you are obliged to tell the story and you are obliged to be accountable of what you are giving. That is the key. A supermarket shelves with no indication, with nothing, it's very difficult. But, so we have to create as many programs as possible, as many alliances as possible, to create enough information to give people the freedom to decide. You know, for the previous 10 years of my life in slow food, now in the last years they stopped, but the average question for every journalist in every corner of the planet was, so you are against McDonald's, you want to destroy McDonald's. No, we will never destroy anyone. We want people to know, to have access to information about what are the ingredients of a Big Mac, in which way the animals are treated to produce that Big Mac, in which way employees of McDonald's are treated in their restaurants, if you want to call it that. That day, if a person doesn't care about the health, if a person doesn't care about the environment, if a person doesn't care about anything, go to McDonald's. It's your decision. It's your free decision. Today, we're not free. So we need to compartir, we need to explain, we need to work, we need to educate, we need to create awareness, we need to create alliances between producers, between restaurants, between educators, between schools, and if I may, between institutions. Too often institutions, they have laws that are perfect for big industries, that they are not perfect for small-scale farmers. So let's do a strong, that is also the third pillar of our work, let's do a strong work of influencing not only individuals to try to make them more aware, but also to influence institutions, to try to create the conditions for people to really have access to information, as they have to create the possibilities and opportunities for producers, for small-scale producers, to really represent their territory, but also to create occasion, like the food education in schools, for example. Stop subsidizing huge corporation in doing something that is bad. Today you have to pay, the law says that you have to pay to show that you are clean. If you are organic, you have to pay a lot of money. If you pollute everything, it's fine. Why? It should not be the opposite, for example. So we have also to be very aware and also to change attitude in some situation with companies, also with politicians. It's coming to my mind now another situation that I think it's highlighting, because a few years ago I've been invited in Northeast India, so really in a very remote place in the middle of far from everything, far from everywhere, in an area that is the indigenous population there are, the huge majority. I was there for that. We have a big program of indigenous peoples. And I met the head of state, the Meghalaya state is the name. And they invited me because they wanted to promote the local food, the local culture, the small-scale farms and everything. So we had this meeting. And then after the meeting, he invited me for lunch and we shared some food together. And what did they give me? Potato chips. I said, why potato chips? You are spending money. You invited me for 1,000 miles away, And instead of showing me what you are eating, what is your heritage, so I get to know, I can try to help you in trying to promote this, you give me potato chips or Coca-Cola. So this is a matter of consciousness, it's a matter of awareness, it's a matter of really trying to create the condition at every level to be more food educated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's shocking that they bring you and to give you something, but it could be, well, in that case, I don't know if it's conscious or not, but do you think that something this happen, and all of you can answer that, we don't put in value what we have? Sometimes because we don't know it, and sometimes because we always think that other things are better, no?
I think that you touch a crucial point, and thank you for the question, because one of the many biggest fights that we do is to try to tell people about being aware of the value of food. We are what we eat. We are not our smartphone, we are not our clothes, we are what we eat. And if we think that the only thing that we care when we buy food is the price, we always focus on cost. And I could speak hours in any language to tell you and to show you that it's not true that good food is expensive and blah, 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 that good food can be affordable only for it. Bullshit, if I can say this word. But it's equally important to know the real cost of food, to understand and to give the right value to our food. That has to be part of the process and the path of education at every level. And I repeat, starting from the schools. An example, and then we don't have time to enter in programs, but we have like several thousand school gardens all over the world. 3,500 of these gardens are in Africa, in 25 countries in Africa, where learning how to produce their own food with the concept of food sovereignty, that is what makes the difference. So to allow people to eat the food they are used to and the food that they like. That is crucial, because if you grow thinking that being a farmer is something bad, imagine that once in, I'm getting too long, once in Uganda, in a school of primary, I don't know the definition, between 10 and 13 years old, you know what it was the punishment for children that they were not good at school? Was to go to work the land. How can you grow with the idea that being a farmer is something we value if you connect with the punishment? It's criminal. No, let's work on education. Let's work on education. Let's work on giving the value to food, and to giving the value to be a farmer, and to giving the value to be a chef in the way that a chef that los gusta más compartir que vender.
We prefer sharing than selling.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Pablo.
De nada.
Celia, te quería preguntar a ti
Celia, I wanted to ask you, in such a dynamic context as the present one, where things change very fast, new technology is used very quickly, climate change changes very fast too. We have a wide array of tools, and I'd like you to tell us, from the point of view of your organization, which needs and which challenges are demanding producers? What's concerning for them? Well, that's quite difficult, because each producer is difficult, so they all have their own claims, and between their demand and what they really need, I think there's a difference. And the biggest difficulty they face, whether they are producers or restaurants, it's the same for me. They are artisans, and it's very difficult to see in the long term and see things with that perspective when you have immediate problems. Nowadays, for them, it's very difficult. Everything is complicated because most of them are micro companies, micro businesses, and they need staff, and it's very difficult to find the right staff when you're a restaurant nowadays. Same thing when you're a producer. And when you say that being a farmer is a punishment, well, no one wants to do it. And the same thing happens in France. So that's very difficult. Logistics are complicated. Electricity and the cost of electricity and gas, it's very difficult now, today. But they must understand that today they must change their economic model, because many of them don't even know what an economic model is. When they say, what's the food cost, they say, oh, we don't have that. No, yes, you do. The moment you sell a product, you must realize how much it costs to you in order to sell it well. So it's about professionalizing in a small scale. Yes, you can be a craftsman, an artisan, and still be professional. And they must understand that today they must choose things that can allow them to make a living of that, and that that kind of job will keep existing in the future. Producers and chefs like Aitor won't exist anymore in 10 years' time if all these artisans don't do something, and if we don't bring in schools and young people and turn them into attractive jobs, right? Yes, jobs you can live on, because it's not about surviving. No one wants a job when you cannot buy the latest telephone or eat what you like. So I think we must make them understand that it is possible to work on something that's your passion, even if you have to work a little bit more, but you can live on it passionately and share with the rest. So about being more professional, about training, so that it really is an appealing profession. They can innovate, etc. Now, Aitor, you are at the avant-garde of the tradition in cuisine. And I would like for you to tell us, how do you think gastronomy will evolve in the coming years and the role that it plays in production? Because there's no generational replacement, but we all want to eat something that's well cooked, that's been produced in a sustainable way. So what's the challenge ahead of us? Can you tell us one in the short and one in the long term? Yes, very well, very well. No, it's a long time that I've said. When you're 52, you need to start looking at the ones who will come after you. Some years ago, I started to understand my father. I'm repeating myself because he didn't really understand his mother. So I think the future must be done by the ones who will come later. We are now here to help and to try and understand what the future is and be by their side so that they can move on and forward rather than creating. Oh, that's the way I feel now that I'm 52. I start to understand many things, but there are others that I don't, and I'm becoming older, and some things I have to ask the younger people. But apart from the adjectives you used, if there's no value on what they do, there will be no future. I have, well, the boy was cleaning a tour boat, and and he said, well, and the car broke, and he said, oh, in 3 hours they fixed my car, and it's 400 euros. If you pay that for me for 3 hours, that would be great. And well, I have some colleagues whose sons and daughters, who are sailors, but their sons and daughters don't want to be sailors anymore. They are firemen, they are other things. And the same thing happens with the waiters, because my father used to have his cousins, female cousins, and then they had sons, and they all were working in the restaurant, but they don't want anymore. So something was done wrong, so that there's no value in money, time, and emotion, but mainly as in what's concerning time and money. And what you've said is very interesting, because you talked about the artisans and the craftsmen, and I think we must put some value on these people, on craftsmanship. And if it starts to become valuable, there will be a future. If we listen to them and ask them, what do you need? Oh, 2 days. I need to close on Sunday and Monday. Now we close on Sunday. And now I eat with my mother. My mother was born in 1948. And on Sunday, when I eat with her, she says, it's Sunday today, is it? And she says, yeah, yes, Sunday. And you closed? Yes, I closed. And she cannot believe it. So if the society evolves one way and we evolve in the opposite way, well, it's like throwing a boomerang, then it's coming back. What we threw is what we will get back when it comes back. So we need to value, we need to listen, and I am sure that there's a possibility of future. If there was before, even more now, because there's a lot to do, a lot to read. Young people have lots of ideas, so there is a future. So now let's stay aside, and they have to push, and we can help. So value, the whole chain value, actually, right? Because the basic jobs, well, we all want to eat a good fish and a good T-bone steaks, but we don't want to get dirty in the mud, which is sometimes necessary. We are running out of time, but I'd like to give a brief opportunity to the audience in case they want to ask any question, even if it's just one short question. Anyone has a burning question and would like to ask it? I see some raised hands at the second row and another one at the back.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. It's been very interesting how each one has different topics to raise. We're talking about traditional knowledge, high cuisine, education, and environment.
Una alimentación.
What is, for you, good food that combines quality food, traditional cuisine, and an education that will help with real nutrition for people's health, that will be good for the environment, that will preserve traditions with a high quality of cuisine, and including also an education that allows us to have a traceability of food, because people's health depends on it. That's very important. Who dares? Who dares to answer?
Yo creo que lo más importante es.
I think the most important thing is what we've already said. When you know the person and you know how they work, well, everything you've asked about evolves around it. And maybe it is a fantasy to say that everyone can know the person who's fishing the fish, etc. But the more you know, and the more you can ask at the place where you purchase your products, well, more responsible you will be on the environment, on education, and everything. Everything is absolutely linked. I think we've all talked from a different point of view, because each one is different. You have a chef, a restaurant, 3 different organizations, and each one is fighting their own battles. But it's for the same war, because there's not just one way to change things. And you cannot change things with the same mindset that generated the problem, that led to the problem. And I think this is basically what we've said, all of us.
See, if I understood the question, just to add, I fully agree. I mean, we have to start thinking to food as a complex issue. One of the weaknesses in the policy makers is that too often a food policy does not exist. So you should put all the different components together, because if you tackle only one component, it's not enough. And also in this sense, we always try to say good, clean, and fair, to try to put together all the different things, because in good there are all the nutritional components. But if you only think to the nutritional component, you are missing something else. So only joining forces and only create alliances. And I would add one thing that is equally important, to create connections, because too often the good producers are alone. and they don't have enough resources, and they have to struggle, and they don't have enough power to do that. Let's start working to connect them. Let's start networking producers, restaurants, organization, touristic, whatever organization to strengthen this. And you have to do that at local level, but you also have to do that at global level, because the food problems are global. The solution, they have to be complex and global. I don't know if I understood the question.
I think there is another question. Sorry,
no, I had to ask for clarification of the question because I also wasn't sure if I understood 100%, but thank you for the translation. And for me, that would be absolutely, we have on one side the enormous, massive food systems, and then tourism industry, which is, they complement each other, they're part of each other. And that is indeed one thing that those linkages are often missing. Everyone works in their silo, right? Everyone is doing their own thing, and they are not coming together where they actually will talk about the environment, the sustainability, will talk about the community, will talk about all these elements, because for me, ultimately, there is you cannot leave one or the other. It needs to be all together. Mm-hmm. So really not looking at the silos and separately things, but rather as a full picture, full system.
Yeah. So what you said before, when you say that you work together with the producers and the restaurants and so on, just to go through a common challenge. No?
And absolutely, and when we have our daily lives, we focus on the things we are doing, right?
Yeah, so sure, and we have our own problems, so we see
exactly. It's not that you wouldn't want to, but maybe you need someone else to help you understand the full picture and get the full picture, and I think that's what everyone here is trying to also suggest and achieve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Creo que hay otra pregunta por allí. Another question.
Good afternoon. Jacinta Dalton from Ireland. Firstly, thank you for all of your contributions. It's been a fascinating conversation. Paolo, you spoke a lot about policy and education. This morning, we talked about the importance of educating young people. I work in food education in the public sector, in higher education, in gastronomy. We have one big problem in Europe at the moment, and that's the public procurement system. We do not have a clear policy that supports the supply chain for artisans, for farmers, for fishermen, and so on. So you mentioned a moment ago that these guys might be one person alone. I want to buy from the local fishermen. I want my students to work with the best organic growers, but the system does not permit me to do this. And unless we target the public policymakers on this, we will not change the food system from an educational perspective. Right now, we have 18 million students in Europe in higher education. They're all eating terrible food in cafeterias in universities. These same universities are educating for sustainability. This is broken, this is wrong. So I would love, to hear, how can we go about challenging the policymakers to fix this problem? Because otherwise, we're going to be going around in circles. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question.
Yeah. We have to finish. Just
without answer.
but very briefly, Paolo, very briefly, please.
With this question, very briefly, is almost impossible. But it helps me because it's so difficult to respond that it's her fault. If the response will not be good, it's her fault. No, the question is great, the answer is less great in the sense that it's very difficult. You tackle, an example, the school canteens. The policy is crazy. They did not allow the parents to choose what they eat. So it's a matter of really finding the way to change. The very brief response is, we as a movement, we don't think that the way is to lobby Brussels, in case of European Union, or Washington, D.C., trying to compete with Nestle and the other big competitor. They have too much money. They have tons of lawyers there trying to correct all the single law. Our challenge is to invent a new way of making lobby. The easiest example would be to go out from this forum all with the same idea in thinking that we have to change the food system related to tourism, but in general, and try to advocate and to, let's say, to put together as many people as possible, bottom-up approach, because if not, we will lose against the big corporation. But the bottom-up approach, trying to involve as many people as possible, try to make very simple daily choices, not eat to McDonald's, or going to the school and advocating for a different meal. This is something that we can do it, and this is something that we have also some experiences. Sometimes it's successful. And then if you want, we can talk later, because if not...
Thank you.
The Italians will be worse than the Slovaks, so it's...
I know that this has been a big effort, so thank you. Bueno, para finalizar ya un minuto.
Now to finish, we have one last minute to highlight some of the ideas that have been shared here. I would have loved to ask many more questions, such as the role of the public administration. That was one of my questions, and all the stakeholders in the chain. So awareness, raising awareness, knowledge. We must know where the food comes from. We must know about the culture and the region, the local people that produce this food, the networks and alliances, so collaboration, having a common vision, which is difficult to achieve, to join forces and have a common interest, a common goal, or several common goals. But that's one of the pillars of resilience. And I think we have the capacity to share a vision and develop joint projects. And that requires some generosity. This is something we haven't talked about. The potential of making the whole production chain visible, making the producers visible, is a source of wealth. And that can lead to a gastronomy, tourism, and business models that are sustainable in time through services, diversification. We've seen some examples this afternoon, and very interesting, by the way. And then the emotional factor, to be moved together, a joint emotion within the space where we all contribute. We must face many challenges. We haven't had enough time to talk about the capacity to adapt, to generate our own resources. But challenges are there, and so are opportunities. Thank you very much, the four of you, for sharing your time and your experience with us. And I hope to see you soon again. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to our participants. Please, let's take a picture. Gather at the center of the stage, please. Argazki bat egingo dugu, Aitor, erdian hartzeko eskatuko dizut. Mesedez, hortxe, eskerrik asko.
We are now going to take a picture.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. All your contributions have been very interesting. Now let's continue with the last session.
Geographical indications, gastronomic roots, and intellectual property. To moderate this session, I'm pleased to invite on stage Mrs. Noelle Mutu, Legal Officer, Trademarks, Industrial Designs, and Geographical Indications from the World Intellectual Property Organization.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Could you please give me a laser for my presentation? Thank you so much to all the participants. I'm really happy to be here with you today in San Sebastian. Thanks for your invitation to take part on behalf of the World Organization of Intellectual Property based in Geneva. It's a great pleasure to be here for me because I come from two countries which are great gastronomy destinations, Mexico and France. So I'm really interested in this session where I'll be able to discuss with someone from my own country, José Torres Díaz, who is responsible of the Office of Regulation of Tequila in Madrid. And we are going to start well, we are going to talk about intellectual property and more specifically geographical indications. First of all, a question. Why are geographical names so important? And what do geographical indications have to do with gastronomy tourism? If I say Cava, Barma, Jabugo, Toscano, Ceylon, Bohemian, what do all these names evoke? Of course, they're geographical names, but they are more than that. They're also associated to products coming from these regions: wine, ham, cheese, olive oil, tea, glass, and many other products such as handcrafts. These products have a special origin and they move emotions linked to the reputation of the product and their specific features coming from their geographical origin. And that's the reason why we talk about geographical indications. This is basically the definition of a geographical indication. We are going to take an example, the Penja pepper in Cameroon. Well, this is an indication identifying a product with a geographical name. Here, the product is pepper, coming from a specific delimited geographical area in a country. Here is the Penja region in Cameroon, and its quality, features, and reputation are linked to the geographical origin. So everything is related, linked. When we talk about geographical indications, we talk about typical products, and consumers make a relationship, establish a relationship between the product and its geographical origin arising from and linked to its very specific features. In this case, we say that the specific qualities of the Penja pepper come from natural factors such as climate, the soil, vegetation, but also human factors such as human activity and the local know-how. And all this is interlinked. Of course, when we talk about geographical indications and when we talk about these products with a link, an origin linkage, there's a risk. There's a risk of taking advantage of the reputation of these products. And the risk is that we find in the market a product with the same indication, but not coming from this geographical area. And of course, not having the same features, not meeting the same production standards, and not having the same quality. And this risk is very significant for local traditional producers, genuine producers, and they have to be protected. Producers need to be protected. They're protected under a geographical indication. There are different methods to be protected. We've got special laws protecting geographical indications, which are called sui generis systems, because they establish a special right, and we can also protect them through the trademark system, collective or certification trademarks. Here you've got some examples of geographical indications or denominations of origin, because the terminology can change depending on the country, and collective or certification trademarks or brands protecting products in relation to their geographical origin. These special laws are aimed at protecting these local traditional products and give them a right to use, and also to protect against the appropriation, against the direct or indirect use, and the limitation of the geographical indication to be protected. Regarding the trademarks, trademarks are also collective use signs that may protect origin products. There are two very specific types of products, the collective ones and the certification trademarks. The main function of a collective trademark is to protect products of members of an association, which is the holder of the trademark, and making a distinction of these products from other organizations' products. These are trademarks that are going to be used by producers and that are going to guarantee that the product has a specific quality, has a specific origin and specific features. And these trademarks are aimed at protecting their holders and granting a right to use. And this is the common point of the geographical indications. They are given a collective use right to use, because the local typical producers are going to have the right to produce and use for the market these products with a certain quality, to protect them with a link with their origin. Here you have some examples of collective trademarks or certification trademarks. These trademarks in some jurisdictions are protected because they don't have these special systems of geographical indications or denominations of origin. So which is the link here with the gastronomy tourism? Well, you can see that the signs, the collective use signs, are mentioned in the guides for tourists. Here, for example, we talk about a product that is protected under a geographical indication, and it is mentioned in different tourist guides because this shows that geographical indications are a very strong tool to convey a message regarding the quality of the products, their origin, and they allow attracting tourists because they want to come to the region to... Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not receiving any... Okay. Yes. Tourists want to come to the region to taste and buy the products, And this is showing to be a very strong tool to promote, to allow, to convey a message about the quality of the products and their origin. Very quickly, I'd like to finish mentioning a project that was carried out in the UNWTO, an intellectual property project and gastronomy tourism. This project started in 2019 in the framework of the development agenda in 4 pilot countries. The first country was Peru, and it was carried out in Malaysia, Cameroon, and Morocco. The goal of this project was to make an inventory of the emblematic culinary traditions to strengthen the capacity of the gastronomy tourism stakeholders to use the tools of the intellectual property, geographical indications, but also some other rights such as industrial design to promote gastronomy tourism. The first stage finished in October last year, and the UNWTO accompanied us, but this was the first stage, because the second stage is going to start next year, and the goal of this second stage is to identify a culinary tradition by country, and for this culinary tradition to determine an intellectual property tool to be developed for that culinary tradition and to promote gastronomy tourism. So we hope to be able to talk about the cooperation of the WTO. And this is the end of my presentation, and now we're going to start discussing with Jose. I think that you had a presentation. Well, my presentation is not going to get too long, 47 minutes more or less. Well, but if you want, we can start with the questions. Well, so we are going to see my presentation, and well, thank you so much. For us we are always proud of talking about Mexico and talking about the first denomination of origin, which is tequila. So I'm really grateful to have been invited to this forum, and I'm going to talk very quickly about the tequila route. This is a civil organization in charge of inspecting and certifying anything related to the official Mexican ruling the tequila production. It's a denomination of origin depending on the country. We can talk about denomination of origin here in the European Union. They're considered geographical indications. Well, there are different terms for that. We make part of Origin, which is a global alliance of geographical indications groups. And now its biannual conference is being celebrated in Switzerland. And they usually try to campaign for robust protection of geographical indications in national laws and international treaties, and to promote a model for value chain management that is ready to respond to emerging economic, social, and environmental challenges. Well, the tequila route started from an initiative by the Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Its goal is to integrate a network of tourism service provided and to promote the sustainable development of the region. It's not only the village of Tequila itself, but there are different municipalities, El Arenal Amatipán, Tequila, Magdalena, San Juanito de Escobedo, Aguadulco de Mercado y Tochiclán. And I'd like to know how the interpreters could translate it. No translation for that. I hope that you've paid attention to the names because I'm going to ask them at the end of my presentation. So this route had a lot of recognition. The village of Tequila is part of the Magical Villages Network. Well, someone talked about it this morning. Then the agavero landscape. We need to remember that the agave is the plant used to produce tequila, and it's a World Heritage Site. The Tequila Village is certified as the first smart tourist destination in Mexico and Latin America. It has also received the prize as the best design tourist route in Mexico and the best gastronomy route. Tequila is always going to be linked to Mexican gastronomy, and Mexican gastronomy is also considered human heritage. We are going to find different dishes. For example, in tequila, you can eat a brochette, but instead of using wood or metal for the brochette, the agave plant is used for it, and this is giving a special flavor. Tequila can also be used for different sauces, and of course, it can also accompany the dishes. I haven't combined tequila with Basque gastronomy, but I'll try tonight because I brought a tequila bottle with me, so I couldn't waste this opportunity. So, as I said, this is not only about tequila as a product, but about everything that can be done in that area. There are many activities, adventures. You may spend the night in a tequila factory that has been converted into a hotel. You can stay in a hotel where rooms have the shape of a tequila barrel. You can eat in different restaurants and live what producing tequila means from the soil, with the producers, the jimadores, who are the people who harvest the agaves, and of course there are some archaeological sites, important archaeological sites. As an average, we receive every year more than 1 million visitors, and the economic revenue is around 22 million euros, and this is what I wanted to show you very quickly, and of course we can talk about anything you think. So very interesting, Jose. So when you talk about promoting the tequila route, the promotion of tourism through tequila, how do you organize it? Is the Regulating Council of Tequila organizing all that? There are other associations, public-private alliances, partnerships. In the case of the tequila route, this is an initiative by the Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo and the regulating body for tequila. So we want to join all the stakeholders, restaurants, hotels, the distilleries themselves need to be given the tools to develop this tourist destination. We've been talking about a very important topic before, and they talked about education, training. One of the tools that we use is training through a double T distinction. Tequila tourism. This is giving the tools to the different participants in the program to know what tequila is so that they can tell the tourist what tequila is, how to enjoy it, how to drink it, and how to live it. So the best Mexican gift to the world, we could say. So the federal government is also involved in this. Yes, through the tourism secretariat, through the program we were talking about, the Magical Villages program. And of course, we need to take into account the fact that the denominations of origin belong to the state. So the state, the government needs to be involved, and it's always a significant support to develop these programs. When talking about these denominations, I know that tequila is protected as a denomination of origin in Mexico, also as a geographical indication in other countries. So who is the holder abroad? Abroad, usually are the regulating body who are the holders outside Mexico, always supported by the government of Mexico. But here in the European Union, we are recognized as a protected geographical indication, and everything was carried out by the regulating body of tequila. So, and how do you do it to defend, to advocate for your rights? There's a risk of imitation, leveraging, etc. How do you supervise all that? How do you monitor all that? Well, we've got 5 international offices, one in Washington, another one in Chicago, Geneva, Madrid, and another one in Shanghai. So we try to cover the main destinations and markets for tequila in the world. One of our tasks is to monitor the markets so that every product that is presented as tequila really is tequila. And if we detect a product which is not, we make our report to the local authorities. In Spain, we work very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture. Why the Ministry of Agriculture? Because they are the ones in charge of administering the geographical indications, and we also talk with the customs authorities and the armed forces. So if I detect a product, assuming it is tequila, I report it. We also have a collaboration partnership with the government of Madrid, so that the same analysis that are carried out in Mexico can also be carried out in a lab in Madrid. So I imagine there's a protocol, a very strict protocol. Yes, that's it. Everything is done according to the official rule in Mexico, the Mexican official rule. This is also helping a lot to get the evidence to accompany our report, and that this product is taken out of is removed from the market. First, we want to protect our right as tequila brand, and we also want to protect consumers, because if we drink something which is not true tequila, we could have problems. And do you usually win when you raise a complaint or a report? Can you talk about some examples? Yes, of course. We had some cases in Madrid, for example, in a bar in the center of Madrid. They were offering tequila shots for €1, and I said, am I in paradise, in heaven, or there's something wrong here? The second option was the one. So we went to the bar. The bartender was serving the shot, not publicly. We asked for the bottle. The bottle, the tequila, the liquor was made in Spain, so it couldn't be tequila. And the plant used wasn't agave either. So there was a report to the police, and well, we got an answer from them, and they were able to remove the whole product from the market. We had another case in Portugal. Well, there's an operation against food fraud. We also found another product in Portugal. We got in touch with the representatives, and the product was removed from the market in 1 week. So this cooperation is essential, and it is also based on education. We try to re-educate the consumers so that they know what they're drinking. That's very interesting. Yes, I'd also like to say or to talk about this, because some people not necessarily know what these kind of protections serve for. This is protecting producers, but also consumers, because not only consumers are misled, but they can also have health problems if they consume something which is dangerous, which is not the original product, the genuine product. So this protection is not only for producers, for their reputation, but also it is protecting the consumers, and this is a positive chain for everybody. That's why it is so important to train the staff for them to be able to convey the visitor, the tourist, which are the features the product they're buying should have. They shouldn't buy the product in non-authorized establishments. So this way we can protect the whole production chain, agave and tequila, and of course the consumer. And how do you promote this tequila route, the festivals you were talking about? Is there any difference between the local tourists and the foreign tourists? Are there different promotion campaigns? How do you do that abroad? I mean, of course, the regulating body of tequila is always supervising that the tequila route good aspects are well known. Of course, we receive many visitors, local visitors. It is interesting that sometimes even the Mexicans don't know our own origin denomination of origin, and the tequila origin is open-armed to let them know more. And we are very happy to know that many foreign tourists are not only interested in knowing the homeland of tequila, but they also know it very well. They know tequila very well. So outside Mexico, tequila is very well known. To give you an idea, last year, more than 650,000 million liters of tequila were produced, and like 416 million were exported to other countries. So the product itself has become the best business card for the tequila route. People start becoming interested in seeing and having the experience to see how tequila is elaborated, how it is extracted from the plant. All these attractions we try to exploit so that they can live this experience, not only the experience in the glass, but also in the country. So it's like a country trademark. Thank you so much, Jose. We are going to finish very quickly. Are there any questions from the audience? Oh my God, this is water, not tequila. I would like to thank you for your presentation. I come from southern Chile, the beginning of Patagonia, so I've got two questions. First of all, I'd like to ask you about geographical indications, denominations of origin. Are they also leveraging or are they also having any advantages? Because in Chile, we've got different denominations, UNESCO's, CPAM territories, and so on, but producers don't really see any advantage, and citizens don't find any advantage in this. We also see farmers that find themselves in a disadvantage because they don't have the resources to be certified, to have a certification for their product. So my question is how this level of inequality to access certification, and which are the advantages that can definitely have the producers when we have a denomination or a certificate. This makes tourists arrive, but tourists usually don't get directly to those who hold the denominations. We have the certification for the lamb. And this is thanks to the Spaniards. Thanks to them, we've got this geographical indication, but we don't see the tangible benefits or advantages for those who are producing this produce.
I think that during the training process of a geographical indication or a guarantee of origin, the most important thing is actually the union. That has been the main ingredient since we created our regulatory body in tequila. Next year, it will be 30 years that we were trained for that. It wasn't an easy task. Of course, when you train a tequila regulation body, well, some people won't agree with its creation, but that's why it's important to stay united. And it must be for all the actors of the production chain, not just the producers, because the council in our case is made up of all the actors, producers of the drink, producers of the raw material, sellers, and packers, and of course the government of the Republic. So you need the union of all those sectors, from raw material in the fields to the sellers and distributors of the product. That's basic. When our council started in '94, there were 40 distilleries of tequila, and we have over 160. So that tells you how successful this certification model has been. It's an inspection and certification model through a regulation body. And it's important to have just one body doing it, just one, a single one. So here there is one council, one body for the Rioja guarantee of origin. So there's just one, not four. And that leads to this union. And that's how producers can see a benefit from it. From these 170 distilleries, over 90% are micro businesses or small businesses. And yes, of course, they see that they get benefits when they do things well. But I think the key is, like I said, to achieve this union and to see the benefits of those certifications and warranties, and that they are respected as a regulation without any company being able to say, oh, no, I don't want to respect these regulation. No, 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 you have to. It's about having a standardized product and that everyone respects the rule. Good afternoon, Antonio Montesinos, also from Mexico. Maybe later we can have a tequila together. As a gastronomic expert, I am a strategic advisor for planning and implementation of the intellectual property and gastronomy tourism project in Central America and Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic, sorry. And I'd like to say how through this kind of system we can implement the different denominations. We have collective trademarks, etc. And talking to several colleagues, business owners, chefs, etc., we realize that there's an important issue concerning culinary traditions, which should be actually an axis of work. A big challenge right now is to see how we can work less hours. It's about 45 hours a week in Spain. It's 70 hours in America. That's a big problem. And that's why people leave often, because they don't want to work so many hours. And this has an impact in some dishes based on culinary traditions, which take a lot of time to cook and prepare. And because it takes a lot of time, it's more complicated. We use ancient tools, we use wood, etc., and charcoal. So what do you think we could do with the different applications of intellectual property to protect culinary traditions, mainly those that are key? Because somehow, either directly or indirectly, they have an impact on the whole production chain and on the value chain as well. We tend to forget the second one. There cannot be sustainable tourism without a food sovereignty system as a global right to food. So if the production chain is not fair and sustainable, we cannot add value to tourism. So what would be your recommendations to protect the culinary traditions, which are so important as a human legacy of each people, of each country, and of the whole world, in fact? Well, I'm not going to make any recommendations because there are two different problems here. The first challenge is to preserve tradition, to preserve the culture and the legacy. And I don't think this is linked to intellectual property, because in this case, as you said, it is protected as humanity legacy, and UNESCO understands and protects some of these traditional platillos, these traditional Mexican dishes. And on the other hand, we have intellectual property, which is defined as the protection of the creation by human beings. What are these creations? Well, trademarks, industrial designs, patents, geographical indications, guarantee of origin, etc. Here, the challenge is about finding a product that can be protected. We talk, for instance, of culinary traditions done with ancient tools, and they could not be protected by intellectual property rights because we talk about the external product of a product, and it would be the industrial design, but the requirement is for it to be new and original, and that's not the case. So you should find an original tool that's modern and looks like the ancient one with the same function, and that could be protected. But again, in this case, there's an issue with the right of the validity of the effect of this right, because they're not protected forever as trademarks, the designs, I mean. So countries that participate in that project is about have a challenge, which is finding products such as fruits, vegetables, and basic ingredients that are necessary for these culinary traditions, and finding a means to protect the producers. Basically, through a collective use right, collective brand, and guarantee of origin, geographical indication, etc. But that's part of the value chain. So you're not protecting the final product. But in Mexico, we have protected with a collective trade brand the molcajetes, el molcajete, and the metate, which are our most ancient tools, and they are protected with a collective brand. And that's where we are seeing these alternatives. The organization, so it's not the same thing to do it like that. These tools, which are legacy of humanity, are still used. So we can use these ancient tools. You can have new ones, just like you said, which can also be protected through the industrial designs and so on. And recipes stolen from traditional cooks and chefs can be protected as industrial secrets. And that's where the WIPO in Latin America is studying the possibility to move on and keep using it as a human legacy, so that community sees the benefits. Otherwise, gastronomy tourism won't be sustainable. And this project of the WIPO is fantastic because it's helping us a lot in Latin America to protect our traditions, but it can be done. Thank you very much. Maybe, no, we don't have time for more questions, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. I'm not completely certain, but I think this sign means we are done. I couldn't see it due to the light. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Les voy a pedir que se queden ahí, por favor, para...
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to stay there. We're going to take a photograph. You don't want a picture? No? No picture? Thank you very much. We are now going to finish this first day of the 8th edition of the World Tourism Organization Forum. We've shared experiences, inspiration, knowledge, know-how, and we've shared gastronomy experiences and emotions. We'll be back tomorrow at 9:30. But a piece of information first, for those of you who want to assist to the welcome dinner at the Basque Culinary Center, remember that the bus will leave at 8 o'clock from the first stop. And second piece of information, tomorrow night you're also invited to another reception where you will be able to taste the typical food of our guest country next year. And last piece of information, the bus will leave from the same place where you have been left at 6 o'clock and will take you to your hotels. We'll see you tomorrow with strategic ideas. Thank you.